Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
And we're back for more. What a whirlwind this has been, you guys, today. Oh, why is it not? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, there we go. What a whirlwind. Y'all that were here a little bit earlier, we were working on stuff, and then we delved way into the maps, which is not surprising at all, but didn't have a chance to actually do most of what I had actually planned as per the description of the video. Although I don't know that anybody reads that, which is fine. But anyway, I had to go teach a couple violin lessons. And so I am back. I did a little poll real quick for those who were in the chat, wanted to weigh in. Initially, I was going to be doing Karen Reed right now. And I was like, do y'all want to do Karen Reed, or do y'all want to finish back where we left off? And the people had spoken. And so I've moved Karen Reed. I just moved it. I don't know. I just picked a random day. I'll probably try to put it tomorrow, but I just didn't have time to think about it because I had to go get to my students. So I moved it and then bumped this over. And anyway, here we are. So, but I do have a present for you guys. I do declare. I don't even know. My brain's on another level. It's been scrolling so hard at this. Tell you what. But I have, in my brief time while I was working, basically, Twiz, especially to you, you will appreciate. I think it was you that had the idea to, well, it was for Jeff, but somebody to enhance the pictures that are in the affidavit, because, you know, when you have maps that look like, that's not even the worst one. Honestly, that's one of the worst ones, which is actually one of the most important ones, because this is supposed to show the path of travel. When you have maps that are just useless, and I was like, oh, these are just useless. And then, you know, I think it was Twiz had the idea to have it enhanced. And I was like, okay, like while one of my students was ran off and went to go get some stuff from downstairs, I was like, let me see what I can do. I mean, look at this nonsense. So I did the things that I can do. And I think they're better. They're better. They got better. And believe it or not, I also overlaid, I didn't get to do all of these. I overlaid one of them with the map, the real map, and put them together. Nothing fancy. Okay, but so that happened. So hopefully that will be helpful. But welcome everybody who's here. Guys, what a crazy, Denise is still here. Yay! Welcome back, everybody. Black Witter, I'm happy for your good news. I messaged you in the Discord if you saw it. If you didn't see it, then I'm happy for your good news. And I did Black Witter twice. Denise doesn't have a command. Oh, wait, Denise does have a command, right? Did we do a command? Got to make sure everybody has a command that wants one. And Rochelle, I believe, has a command, but I think she did her command before we were here because Nightbot likes to have his naps. So need some Z's. You don't have a command yet, I don't think. So your command would look like this. So let me know, and I will pass it along to Nightbot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's do this real quick. What I want to just do real quick, there's 4 maps, if you can call them that, in this disaster of an affidavit. And let's just see what the context is. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, so what's funny is you would think that the map would be related to the text before it, but that's not really the case. So here we have like the white sedan was then observed turning north. Now here's again, the only time Bishop Boulevard is mentioned by text, right? And they have to turning north on Bishop Boulevard, northwest. So this is returning, right? The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on State 9, blah, blah, blah. Now, depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. Like what? This is just supposed to show literally just the 2 towns? Bizarre, right? Don't worry, we're going to take a look at a somewhat enhanced version, but useless. Actually, I suppose what we should do is read the text and then look at the actual sort of semi-enhanced version. Okay, so that's the text. The text is like talking about the path of travel on the way back. And then the map, if you can call it that before it, says, here's a map of Moscow and Pullman. All right, so here's that. So these are in order. Oh, wait, I'm not sharing this to you guys. Okay. So it's somewhat better. Like if I go back to, just to compare it, we go back to this. There's that. Okay. So it's a little bit better. I mean, you can at least make out some of the text and some of the landmarks enough to where you could do what I intend to do when I have time to do this with all these, which is overlay with a actual map that actually makes that's actually helpful using the landmarks, which I have done with one of these exhibits. Okay, so then, okay, this is enhanced. Hold on, let me pull up the affidavit. So, okay, so that one looks like this originally. If you thought it was bad, look, this is the original, you guys. Incredible. It's better. It's better, right? A little bit better. Now, here's what matters. So on the left, okay, this is incredible, right? Because this of all the maps, this should be the most important one. This is supposed to be showing the path of travel. And so the yellow triangles, good luck seeing them, right? You really have to strain. This is the white Elantra seen leaving the WSU campus, okay? And remember, they have less, or well, they've included less of that than there is on the return, okay? So one thing that helps us orient that square up there at the top, that's the apartment complex, okay? So then the yellow, I could only see one yellow triangle, although that doesn't mean there's not more, but it's just hard for me because this sucks. And the yellow triangle, can you guys see my mouse? That I can see is right here. Now this looks like a triangle as well, but it's not yellow nor red. So it could just be, who knows, because this sucks. So this, and the yellow really kind of sort of stands out. Like when you look at the yellow of the square and then the yellow of that, right? Now you can see the red ones, right? So there's the red, and red is supposed to be returning. Okay, so let's look at the context in the PCA. So when you look at it here, I mean, in a way, when it's darker, you can probably see the arrow, if you can call them arrows. It says arrows, like on the left-hand side, you see how it says arrows. I feel like that's not fair because it's at best a triangle if you can even see it. Okay, it's not an arrow, but anyway. But with this, you can kind of see the yellow and red may be a little bit better, but you can't see anything else, so it's useless, right? So that's why, okay, so the context here, right, so it shows the map of Moscow and Pullman, right? Not to scale. Which is interesting for a number of reasons. One, why would it not be to scale? And two, when I overlaid it, which you're going to see in a second with regular Google Maps, I mean, it's to scale. And I will tell you guys and show you guys how I managed to do that, because you're probably like, how the hell did you do that? Looking at this, right? And I had to do this really fucking quickly, but that's what it says there. And now we get to the Bolo bit, okay? And then the next two maps are a little bit later. So let me see what you guys are saying. Right? I know. Why are they so dark? Why are they so impossible? Why a lot of things? Oh, the route is supposed to be there, right? If you can make it out. Remember, look at the key on the left. Actually, now you can see, well, see that one yellow triangle that's kind of, you can kind of see. There's that other thing I just referenced that looks kind of like a triangle, but it looks white. I don't know if that's supposed to be what that is. I mean, we'll see with the overlay. That might just be a building on the map. But essentially, if you look at this, there seems to be one definitive yellow triangle, which is as in like the only But we know they reference more than that. Like I can't even tell where the loop is on here. But again, when we see it with the overlay, we might be able to spot that. I just didn't have time to label everything because I literally did this in 2 seconds. Because we know that there's the bit in the affidavit about the loop-de-loop, right? So you would at least think they would have that. I mean, it makes you wonder, like, are they conceding that these are the only ones they feel good about, like, versus the other ones that are mentioned verbally in the affidavit? I mean, I don't know. It's a mess. I know. It's insane. I can't answer that. I mean, for real. It's just silly. Welcome back. Happy to see you. Need some Z's. Did you say anything about wanting a command? From Stadium. Is this the same left that we were discussing earlier? I mean, because the arrow is pointed in that direction, right? And again, well, we covered it a lot in the other thing, but I mean, again, when we went over it, it did not sound like, from what she was saying in the hearing, it didn't sound like, and we can watch it again, but it didn't sound like I have not heard anything yet in the hearings or seen anything in the court filings, right? That would be like the defense definitively saying he took a right. But okay, but hold on. Let's go back now to the one I made. Okay, hold on. Okay. So as you can see, it's better, right? It got better. Now, I'm going to explain how I did this with the overlay, okay? Because it was not easy because this is shit. So I had to look for the landmarks on here, and here's what I looked for. I looked for the apartment, obviously, right? But then I looked for, if you guys can see my mouse, this yellow loopy thing. I think that's the stadium, that thing. And then these 2 big white splotches, because those are buildings that belong to WSU. So I had these landmarks to line up because the road, like this is a road. It's so faint down there at the bottom, you can barely see it. It's just not good enough. But this, the stadium thing, and then these 2 white splotches, and then the apartment complex. Okay, so that being said, all right. So here is the one. So I wanted to show you guys what they both looked like separately. So this is the one separately, okay, which is basically zoomed in about exactly as much. I had to find something. I was like, oh my God, I already had one made that is zoomed in. Now, if you take a look, can you guys see my mouse? Look, there's the stadium thing. Let's just point these out. There's the stadium thing. I'm assuming it's a stadium. I don't actually know what it is. It's a thing. And then these 2 buildings right here, those are the white splotches, right? What they look like white splotches on the other map. And then there's the apartment complex. So again, those were the main landmarks I looked for because those were the things that you could actually see on the shitty map. I feel like it doesn't even deserve to be called a map, but you know. Okay, now it's going to have both. Wait, no, sorry. No, it's going back to the key. This one first. Sorry, I forgot I did that. I did that so that you guys could make sure you saw the key on the left here, because when I overlay it, I took that off. I think it goes back to the other one as well. Yeah, it goes back. And now after this, now it's going to overlay it, I think. Methinks. Okay, there it is. So you can see down here that pin, that's the one I had added from previously. That's Bishop Boulevard, right? The fork in the road, as I've been saying, the proverbial fork in the road. So so all I did was I took the one we were just looking at, I took the key off, right? And then I made it less opaque so that you can see a real map kind of underneath, sort of. But again, I lined up the white splotches and I lined up the rounded thing down here and the apartment complex and tried to line up the roads, but they were just so hard to see. So so there, actually, let me go back and see the thing that looks like a white triangle. Let me go back. Hang on. So look at this. So I can go back and forth. So remember the white triangle I was saying near the yellow triangle? That actually is a landmark because you can see it there. You can see it there. That's how shitty their map is, though. That's a landmark. Look. Ooh, this is fun. Look. Woohoo! You can see how pretty aligned it is, right? So again, the not to scale thing is like, what was that supposed to be? Some sort of excuse for it being shitty? I don't even know, because clearly it's to scale. Anyway, so now we know that is not a marker for anything. That's just a building. Okay. This actually is kind of helpful to try to figure out what is it a building or is it a triangle, because their thing is so shitty. I mean, I can't see any other yellow triangles, which is odd again. Now, where that yellow triangle is, that's where the loop-de-loop is, right here. That's where the loop-de-loop is. And so that's the one that's mentioned in the PCA, where it's like, but what about, it's odd because they do say, you know what it is? The other things that they reference are cell phone tower coverage, nothing specific. So the first time, according to the PCA, that they have the car on camera where they think it's on the way to Moscow, right, according to the state, is here. That's it. That's all they got. That's all they got. That narrows it down. That one, it's the loop-de-loop. That's it. That's all they got right here. So I can see Twiz to that end, right? Assuming there's no other triangles we just can't see, I can see how that's interesting, right? Because in other words, it could go either way. Like we were discussing this earlier, to the right or to the left, to the left, to the left, to the right, and all that. Interesting. It still confuses me why Ann Taylor referenced Bishop Boulevard at that point in time in the hearing, because she was talking about the 2 minutes and 40. But I know Twiz said near. Again, to me, it just still seems odd because it's not, I wouldn't call it near. Like it seems like it would make more sense to say this actual intersection, right? Southeast Nevada Street and then, you know, Main Street. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't just call it what it is. Like, call it what it is, right? Because it's just the mentioning Bishop Boulevard is like, anyway. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's just a roundy thing. You know, we can just call it a roundy thing. That's fine. I have no idea. I mean, I use Google, obviously, because, you know, person. But, I mean, MapQuest Map, I don't see how anything can make it look so shitty. It's really crazy. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, it's the same camera. It's the same camera because we covered that earlier with the loop-de-loop. It's the same camera right there where the yellow thing is, the yellow triangle. And so they've got it on camera going one direction on the loop-de-loop and another. You know what? So no one did this for me earlier. Let's look up and see how long that loop-de-loop would take, because that was another concern I had. Because I mentioned this, I was like, how the fuck did it take 9 minutes for the loop-de-loop? There's no fucking way. So, but that camera, and we'll take a look at the camera too. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do it right. So, oh my God, you bought a BMW? Wait, no. Yes, dude. What? I hate you. I'm just kidding. No, I had a BMW and it was my soulmate car. And I'm going to get emotional talking about that car. So I'm just going to stop. Okay. So let me stay on track and do this. I'll let you guys enjoy this beautiful map and let me find something here. Okay. Okay. So here's the loop-de-loop. So we want to do, how do you make it do directions on a loop-de-loop? You know what I mean? Let's just see. Copy and paste this. What is it going to be like? Are you dumb? Like, what's it going to do? Is it going to do the loop? How do you make it do the loop though? Maybe. Okay, I have another idea. We're gonna just have to scroll this. So what is that? Olympia. Okay. We'll just have to do the math. So okay. So in other words, I'm trying to see if I can get it to like, look, like we don't need any of that. We just need this. And then we don't need you at all. Okay. Okay. Here we go. That's better. 2 minutes. I did it. Woo! It's a miracle. 2 minutes, it says, for the loop-de-loop. And remember, according to the times on the camera, it was 9 minutes, okay? So we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to take our little dude. Oops, I need to, hold on. Hey, don't fly so fast, little guy. Take me there. Okay, so. Okay, there he goes. Good job, little dude. So this intersection here is the place with the camera where they have the Elantra, right? Wow, there's a lot of roads happening. Who would have thought? How's that even? Okay, so going one direction and then going the other direction and 9 minutes apart, even though the loop takes 2 minutes. So this is what this looks like. I wonder where the camera is. Is that the camera there? Woo. Is that what that is? Is that the camera there? Is that it? Wow. So where I live, these are not allowed anymore. They are illegal. I did not crash it. I did not crash it. I loved that car. It was my soulmate. What happened was, well, I had a boyfriend back in the day who wanted to take my BMW and drive it like up a mountain on a road that had no path that would that would lead up to a fire tower, and it was basically boulders, and also you're not allowed to go up there, and there's no lights because it's like in the middle of nowhere. So the only way to do it is to drive it without headlights on, because otherwise you'll get in trouble. Basically, anyway, long story short, this is literally the only time I've ever let anybody drive that car. And I was really, 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 really adamantly like, no. And, I was, I don't even know, threatened into it essentially, pretty much. And sure enough, he was trying to go as fast as possible, and it's pitch dark. You can't see anything. And there's basically punctured a bunch of stuff underneath the car. And I heard numerous horrible sounds. And I was like sitting there, like shaking, like, oh my God, you're killing my car. I had just gotten this car pretty recently. And sure enough, over time, like it still worked. And then over time, one thing after another, this is how much I love that car. I replaced that engine twice. I replaced the transmission twice. I could have bought multiple other BMWs for the amount of money I spent on these parts alone. It was like, this is why I'm like, I can't even talk about it. It's so depressing. And so that was in 2014 that happened, where the incident with the boulders. I waited until 2017. I could have bought 5 probably BMWs with the amount of money I spent. I waited until 2017 to finally give it up. And I cried and cried and cried. I was sitting there at the dealership to trade it in for like literally next to nothing at that juncture, and to buy a new car. And I literally, I'm not even joking, I sat there and cried and cried and cried. And finally, when they were like, okay, sign on the line, I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Y'all. Meanwhile, I lived close to this dealership. I'd had no idea if the car would even make it there. it was like, fingers crossed, it'll even make it there. And yet still, anyway, so. I don't know as much about the L series though. Is that one of the newer ones? I know. I loved that car though. I loved that car. So this are you asking? I don't know if you're asking about my car or another car. So yeah. So do you guys think that's the camera though? So now we're going to take a look at this other intersection. Interesting. What's going on over here? Let's take a look at this intersection. So now this would be, again, this is a different fork in the road than what we referenced earlier, but this is a possible fork in the road, people, right? So we could have going, so this would be the intersection here. And I guess there's no cameras, right? Although that looks like a camera, doesn't it? So maybe that was a camera. Hang on. What's going on with that then? Hold on. Y'all, that's totally a camera. I was right. So why does that say man shop? The man shop? Hold on. Well, now we have to find out what that is. That's the most important thing we can do right now. What the fuck is it? It's a barber shop. Okay, it's a barber shop. Okay, that's solved. So, it does have a little symbol, doesn't it? Anyway, so no camera here, it looks like, unless it's just kind of blurry. What about over here? Oh, that looks like it could be a camera, right? I mean, I don't see those little perchy dudes where I live, and we don't have the camera, so I assume that's what that is. So then why is there not, and I wonder this, because if there are, like, what was it? It looks like there's like maybe at least 2 cameras over here, right? Well, okay, I can kind of answer that question, because we know that they suck and they don't save shit, right? Like the Idaho, although they managed to obtain some surveillance. Anyway, so if for whatever reason there is no footage of this from this time period, and there's no white Elantra, like if it just doesn't exist or whatever, like, for example, if the footage existed, then you could see for sure, is there a right Elantra or not going over here, right? So I wonder if, the fact that shit got deleted and whatever, overwritten, whatever the case may be, right, leaves room for more gray area as to, we'll never know, right? As far as the car goes, if it went to this intersection or not, and turned one way or not. Does that make sense, people? Good question. Let's see if we can zoom in. Are you talking about this person? I mean, I don't know. They look real to me. But I'm not an expert on prosthetic legs. I'm an expert at squirreling, obviously. Duh. Woo! I do love field trips, though. It's my favorite thing. Yeah, you got it. Arizona? Is that what you're saying? I mean, it's blurred out. Why would it be wild if it was Arizona, though? Besides just like from out of state? Prosthetic legs is really funny, though. Now, if you're a taxi, can they do it? Let's see if they have to blur this out. It won't let me. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's go this way. We'll see now. It's a different. Oh my God. You guys, look. This person also looks like they're walking weird. Wow. I mean, maybe not nearly as weird, but still. Okay, back to where we started from. That's a wide, I mean, this is a wide open, this is a big intersection. I mean, you can definitely see, like, this would be a place to be caught on camera, right? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, we could really go through this and pull up that hearing again, although I'm like, my God, we've watched this so many times. I know you guys have watched it times as well without me and with other people and by yourselves and whatever. But like the time where they're, God damn it, are we going to have to do this? Where they're asking the questions about the missing surveillance camera footage. God damn it. I mean, it's like, I know there's some of the places I remember them asking about, right? But like, for example, if they had mentioned this specific intersection at the time, I wouldn't have had any reference because, again, I don't live there. It's like now it's different because I feel like I'm learning this area pretty darn well. I mean, honestly, probably in some ways better than where I actually live, but to where I would recognize it. But does anyone know off the top, like, did they ask about this? What was this talked about at all? Because like this seems like a crucial intersection. I mean, now having said that, like, there's also no reason though, right? Why, regardless of which direction you were going, like, what was it you said, Twiz, about the cameras being somewhere? So I could scroll up in the chat. That might take me a while. Like in terms of, hold on. Like, can you guys see this? So the difference between this intersection, which is where we are, right? And then this intersection, this is the infamous Bishop Boulevard, right? That there was a difference between these two, that one of them had cameras and one didn't. But like, I'm pretty sure we just saw cameras on this one. I mean, it looks like there's cameras, dude. Like, look, hold on. Hang on. Hang on. Go this way. Hang on. I mean, is that not a camera? Like, I mean, like the footage could be missing for any kind of number of reasons, but like that is definitely a fucking camera because we do not have those where I live. And it looks like there's one, depending on the angle, it looked like there was one here. And then for some reason it got kind of blurred out. Let me see if I can finagle it. You know you know what? Let me do it this way. Let me go over here. Yeah, over here. That's a camera up there, right there. Look. That's another camera right there. That's what that looks like to me. Now it looks like that also looks like a camera. That's what that looks like. That looks just like the other thing perched up. Oh my God. Spin me around. Like, see, they're like the same device. Oh my God, we're underneath the thing. It's now I'm discombobulated. Hold on. Oh my God. But you guys saw it. Why am I not seeing it now? Am I confused? Am I backwards? Is it just, what the hell? Well, that's interesting. So there's the blue car, but it's in a different place than it was a second ago. What? Hold on. Okay, there it is there. Right, now you can see the camera up. What is going on? See what I mean? That right there. Hi. Oh. Huh, okay. That's what that is. Okay. Huh. Okay, Bishop has cameras, Stadium doesn't. Okay. Thank you. The gas station, which Oh, that gas station. Right. That gas station. Right. Yes, I would imagine so. What is this building? Oh, that's a restaurant. Zoe Coffee and Kitchen. I don't remember them asking about that place, but you know, they might. But yeah, the gas station definitely. Now I want to know what the cameras look like when they're on the thingies. Well, I guess we can find out by squirrely field trip. Okay, over here. Excellent. Is that what that is? Well, oh, is that what that is? Boy, that's very, 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 very obvious. Holy shit. That's what that is, I would imagine. It's like, hey, I'm a camera. I'm so stupid. Right. Yep. I know. One would think you guys are we're all on the same page. Well, there's a lot that is insane, but that camera, boy, it's like, hey, I'm a camera. And look. There's another one here. Right there. Now, I don't deny, I think it's whoever's idea it was that they could have different looking cameras. I think that's entirely possible. But whoever it was that said it was an emergency vehicle sensor, that sounds like they know what they're talking about too. So, yeah, those are obvious. Holy shit. I mean, the thing is this, right, though, when you look at this intersection versus the one we were just at, it really seems like if they're going to have cameras anywhere, it should be the other one, right? Because like there's a lot more going on. And there's a lot more chance of an accident because it was like a four-way intersection. Like this is just turn left, turn right. You know what I mean? You know, like, okay. And like, there's not much out here. So if you're going to have cameras, you know, it definitely seems like this would be the place, right? But that's just me. Will do. Will do. I love the little tiny man. He believes he can fly, but I can't sing the song, which breaks my heart. Okay, so okay, where am I looking? Right above the one on the street. Oh, there's another one right there. Did we already do that one? No, there's one on every light. It's a triangulation of cameras. Holy mackerel. What about well, I think that is a street light if that's what you're thinking about. Above the brown truck. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I pointed that one out. That camera. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, right above the brown truck. Yep. No, there's a camera on every. You know what? And actually, this kind of answers the question because this has got both. This has got the camera and it's got the other little dude. So maybe that is the emergency sensor. That would make sense then. Because both. Okay. So the cameras are really obvious. Now we know they're going to look like, hey, I'm a camera. So that's helpful. Yeah, you're all good. So, right. It's too difficult to explain via text why there isn't cameras on every major intersection in that exact location, but there's a reason. Well, that's too bad that you keep leaving us hanging. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of what that reason would be, but so Yeah, and like here, like I said, they can't, well, I don't know that they can't have cameras. They can't have cameras for the sake of like reading license plates or, you know, getting people in trouble for running red lights. Because in some places, right, there's like a camera that will like take a picture if you run a red light. That was made illegal here a long time ago. And I don't ever see this type of thing. Now, they could have cameras in some other fashion where it's not like, hey, I'm a camera. But right. So the thing is, like, from what we listened to earlier too, right? Like, it's just odd the way that Anne describes the Bishop Boulevard thing, because she's describing it. I mean, I know, again, she says near, but it's just like, I don't know why you wouldn't just say the intersection for what it is. But that's, I don't know. All it means is I have to remake my entire freaking presentation with the maps, and it's going to be, I put a lot of hours into that. You guys don't even want to know. I couldn't even estimate, to be honest. It took a lot longer than it probably looked like. And lining everything up and blah, blah. But yeah, I mean, I was relying on the way it came out of that hearing and the way she said it, right? I don't know. Should I just, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't redo it. Maybe, well, I'll still have to redo it, but maybe I should add it in as an option. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you rather keep our options open, right? So in other words, because again, we're going to be looking at the cell towers and everything. So would you rather us leaving it in as an option, right? Like as in turning here. And honestly, to that end, it still could be turning here and taking a right. Or it could be taking a left. I mean, it could, or turning at the big intersection. I mean, I don't know. Why were you mad? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't remember that case. I was, well, at that point, 2011, I was getting my master's degree. I wasn't even, I mean, I didn't even know you could watch trials on YouTube. I didn't even know this was a thing until 2020. But yeah, in 2011, I was just all violin all the time, getting my master's degree. But that makes sense. That makes sense, though. So, okay. So this is where we were looking at this. So that's all they've got is the loop-de-loop, right? Oh, wait, we need to go and see those cameras. Hold on. Now that we know what they look like, hold on. Let's just close this out. Close this, finish this loop out, and go back here. Good job, little man. Ah, yes. There it is. See, now we know. There it is. That's a camera there. Okay. And that's not a camera, as we have decided and learned. And that's a camera there. Not quite as tall, which is fine. And there's one there just above us. So, and there's another one there. Wow, that's a lot of cameras. It's funny that there's not one here, but whatever. So there we go. So then this is how they're able to say, so here's the loop-de-loop. Let's see what happens down here. This loop-de-loop is curious. So according to the app, this is the only thing, right, according to PCA, that they've got on camera is this loop-de-loop. Which, as you can see, we're almost done with the loop-de-loop. I don't know why they said it would take 2 minutes to drive this. That seems insane. Wait, no. Back. Go. Yeah. Wait, tiny man, you have to go. Ah, here we go. Is this how it's done? Nope. I guess you just do it. You just turn around. I don't know. But now we're going back. Oh, and then we go this way? Huh. What are these? Are these dorms? What are these? What are these? These are dorm rooms. These are dorm rooms. Here's what I will say. Okay, here's what I will say. Now it makes sense, because if you are a car and you are either, I would say maybe not dropping somebody off, but maybe picking somebody up. Well, maybe dropping somebody off. Either way, right? Like, for example, like there were times where I was the one of my friends in college that had a car. This is before the BMW. This is when I had a Volvo. But anyway, and like, let's just say, so you're waiting to pick up a friend or a group of friends, right, from a dorm room, and you pull up and you sit there and you wait and you text them, I'm here, right? And then you wait for them to come out. That could explain the 9 minutes on this loop. Now, dropping somebody off, I guess if they can't find their stuff or something, but usually I feel like that'd be like more like picking somebody up versus dropping somebody off. But these are dorms, guys. And this loop literally takes you right here to Rogers Hall. There's a dude with a van. Interesting. Does this mean anything to anybody? Do y'all, I mean, that's a huge ass dorm room. My God, where I went to college, they were not like that. So this is the loop. Now it makes sense. Now, I'm just saying why it would make sense for a car, right? To like make this loop and for it to take the amount of time it did. Now that makes sense. I mean, does this have literally anything to do with the homicides? I have no idea, but this makes at least a little bit more sense. And then it looks like there might be more dorms. Let's just go see. Now, having said that, it's not out of the realm of possibility, right, that they went to other dorms. So in other words, this little loop-de-loop, what we know is we just know where the red dot is, right? Caught on camera going one direction and then 9 minutes later, another direction, right? Like coming back out of it. So it could have been whoever it is. Also, maybe they had, sometimes if you're the driver, the DD, right? Like I always was, as y'all know, in college, it's like you've got a bunch of people in your car and they all live in different dorms, right? So you just make the rounds. You go, you drop them off there and then the next person off and you make the rounds. So here's another dorm. Wow. You can really get a tour of the campus. Oh, some sports ball action could happen over here. See, there's a fence for some sports ball. Which sports ball? Baseball? I don't know. Interesting. Then what's this building? Oh. Wow. I don't know what these are. For anyone who's just now joining us, we are on a field trip, squirrely field trip we're like on campus, basically. I mean, we are here where the dorms are. We're checking it out because of the loop-de-loop. There's another, what is this over here? Let's just see. Olympia Avenue student housing. So more student housing over here. So really, the other thing, so I will just say, so the 9 minutes then, it might not even be there waiting on people that were being slow. They could have just been making the rounds. They have a bunch of people to pick up or drop off, and they have to go one by one around the dorms. And then they come back, right? Interesting. Huh. What do you guys make of this? Lewiston. I don't remember where Lewiston is, but yeah, we are on campus looking at the dorm rooms. So this is because of the loop-de-loop, right? This was one of the things I found super puzzling, because I was like, why did this loop-de-loop take 9 minutes when Google says it should take 2 minutes? But honestly, I was like looking at it, I'm like, 2 minutes seems like a stretch because it's tiny. And so then I was like, let's go check it out. And turns out it's where all the dorms are. This is and remember, so this loop-de-loop significance here is where that red dot is here. That is the only, in terms of the way, okay, in terms of before the homicides, that is the only place apparently that a camera caught a white Elantra, and it caught the white Elantra twice. And we're going to go to the very intersection here for anyone who's just now joining us. So it caught the Elantra twice. So the first time it caught the camera was going, this direction, okay, into the dorm room area, right? And then 9 minutes later, it catches it coming back out up to the intersection again. So it's going one direction. And then I was so confused. I was like, 9 minutes? How is that 9 minutes? But when we saw that it's all these dorms, it's like, well, anybody that's dropping friends off or picking friends up, it makes sense that the 9 minutes makes sense now. And so this intersection right here, and we were taking a look because the cameras are real obvious. Hang on. So there's a camera, and there's a camera, and there's three out of four have cameras. And then and then there's the other camera, and then this is the one without a camera. So there's the other camera, and that's the only one that they have. This is the only place where they have a white Elantra, right? The suspect vehicle one, prior to the homicides. This is before. Yeah. Well, remember, we don't even know who it is, right? Like, it's just a white, I guess sometimes it seems like it's unclear if they can even tell for sure if it's an Elantra. But anyway, the white, it's suspect vehicle one, right? Whatever, so, did you guys, did y'all already figure this out? Did anybody know that this loop-de-loop was dorm rooms? Because this was news to me, and that's interesting. Again, who knows who was driving this car and whose vehicle it was, but that is interesting to know. And it explains this loop-de-loop was giving me grief here because I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But now it makes sense. I mean, anyone who went to college and you were the person with the car has been there and done that for sure. So again, what we were doing was, let me go back. So what I did, while, you guys that were here earlier heard me say I had these lessons, right? So what I did was, thanks to Twiz's idea, I was like, okay, let me see what I can do and try to enhance these nonsense maps, right? From the PCA, which they're worse in the PCA, and so this is the first map. Now this is the second map, and there's the code, right? Or the key. So the yellow triangle is white Elantra seen leaving campus. Now that's far away from the apartment is in the square up the top. There's only that one yellow triangle. And that's the one place apparently that it's caught on camera, the white Elantra or suspect vehicle one, right? Leaving. And then the red ones are, as you can, returning, right? And then this is to show a regular map, because what's going to happen is here in a sec, they're going to be overlaid. It's going to go back and forth so you can see. So here's the overlay. And for anyone who missed it, the way I matched these up was the circular thing right here, which is not the stadium. I thought maybe a stadium, not a stadium. I matched it up because of that. And then the two white blobs. Let me go back. Okay. So the yellow square, because that's the apartment complex, right? And then this yellow circular thing, and then these two big white blobs. That's how I was able to match those up, because this is a disaster, even though this is like the squirrely enhanced version, right, of it. And so then you can go back like this. Now, where I have that red pin down there on the bottom left, that is the Bishop Boulevard intersection. Okay. So yeah, but so where we were just taking a little tour, the loop-de-loop, this yellow arrow, that's the loop-de-loop right there, where the dorms are. So we know it was at that intersection, and then 9 minutes later, it was seen going the other direction at that intersection. That's a good point. And the other thing is this, right? Whenever we looked at it, right? Didn't they blur out all the license plates on the cars that were taken that you could see in the pictures? Like, that's a really good point. That is a really, really, really good point. Let's go back. Thank you for that. You guys are so smart. Y'all are awesome. Seriously, you guys are the best. So here we are. We're back. It's easy. I like being able to go back and forth, right? So like, you know, let's see if we can get one where it's at, wait. Go back. Gosh darn it. You know, remember, this is Google. So Google's blurring the plates out, right? But like, yeah. I mean, you see what I mean? You got to be kidding me that those cameras, you know, they would not be blurred out. Like, that's done by Google. So yeah, obviously the point being it doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't, you know, and of course it's a 4-way intersection too. So like, yeah, it's really strains credulity and makes no sense that they have pictures of it. I mean, you know, like obviously if it wasn't blurred out, we could tell what these plates are. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, there's a lot of white cars. White cars, if you pay attention, are really common. You know, I like black cars. My cars are black. My car and previous car. My first car was it was a really pretty color. It was a really, really, really dark, what would you call it? Like a dark, really, really, really dark turquoise. It was like almost black, but it was like a bluish green, but really dark. And it was like metallic. It was really pretty. But then my BMW was black. And then now I have a black Prius. And if you're wondering why I got a Prius, because I was mourning over my BMW and it looked sort of similar in terms of the body. And it was, anyway, I needed to get a car like right away and whatever. Anyway, so, and then remember, this would have been at like 2, well, so I guess 2 something in the morning. That's not that late for college kids, right? Because, you know, I don't know. Twiz, do you know what time the was closing time, as in the bars out there? Closing time. You know, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You guys know that song? Anyway, here closing time is 2 a.m. But it varies, of course, state to state. But even if it was 2 a.m., right, it still would be it would seem not out of the realm of possibility, right? That you round everybody up, right? Whoever's the DD potentially, right? And then it's going to drop everybody off. Now, I don't know. I guess, do they have fake IDs? Because these are dorms. Like, I don't know. But I guess all college kids seem to figure it out. Or maybe they're at a party. Maybe they're at a party and then there is no closing time. But anyway, my point being, it's not like it's that late. Like, you know, like when you're getting into the hours of 4 and 5, there's definitely going to be less activity. But, you know, 2:20, 2:44, 2:30, between 2:30 and 3, that's not unusual, I feel like. Okay, it's 2. I bet that's in the PCA. I don't remember off the top of my. See, now you guys can see how much better that map was. Like, the work I did to enhance it is definitely better than the original, right? Hopefully you guys can see. So let's see. I bet that's in. I'm sure that's in here. I mean, it's in my PowerPoint presentation, but I'm not going to attempt to pull all that up. So there it is. All right. They were at the Grub truck. Okay. So So at 1:30, they had left the corner club and they went to the Grub truck. And then they got a ride at 1:56. And then here's Xana's with her DoorDash. Again, really interesting, right? Because whenever we learn about the autopsy results, that food could be a huge deal in terms of determining when these occurred. Yup. Because like, again, like if she got the food around 4 o'clock and was eating it or had just finished eating it or whatever, and then the homicides happen relatively close to that, or, that food will not be digested. They'll be able to be like, yep, she had this, and sometimes even when it's somewhat digested, I've seen it before where they're able to be like, yeah, this is exactly what they ate. I mean, like with like Maggie and Paul Murdoch, right? They ate, and I think there was like maybe an hour or something that elapsed before they were shot, and they were able to pick out all their food. Like they had like side items and like a main course. Like it was like multiple things, and they were able to pick all of it out. I know. I love that part. That was hilarious. Yeah, this is 1:56. This says 1:56. It's right here, people. I highlighted it. 1:56, got a ride home. The Grub truck didn't serve alcohol, did it? Or I guess if it did, it was probably beer, but I don't think they did. But I mean, I was just thinking because 1:56, that's 4 minutes before closing time. What days of the week were these? Do y'all remember? I feel like it's a Thursday, but I could just be making that up. So like on the 12th, what day of the week was that? Let me do a search. November 12th. Why will it not give me a day of the week? You've got to be kidding me. That can't be this hard. It was a Saturday. Okay. Because I was just thinking, because if it was a Sunday, bars close earlier. Maybe not everywhere, actually. That could be something specific to the South. But like, for example, here, like with bars and whatnot, right? Because it's not up to the establishment, right? It's the law. So like the law is like closing time, like last call, right? On every other day of the week except for Sunday is 2 o'clock, but on a Sunday, it's 11 o'clock. And same thing goes for the grocery stores. Like if you go to like your local grocery store, like they can't sell you wine after 11 on a Sunday. But any other day of the week, they can sell you wine or beer between 11 and 2, just not after 2 if they're open. Anyway, so it was a Saturday. Okay. I know it does. They do. Okay, so let's go back. So now we're going to take a look at the other maps. All right, so we've done this one. Did you guys weigh in on what? Hold on, wait. We have to solve this. Did you guys weigh in on what I should do about my map presentation? Because I'm going to fix it. But like, should I keep this route open, or should I keep the route open where it includes all possibilities of like at here and then taking a right, or like should I just change it to where, in terms of the route with the defense, right? Like going the other direction, where it takes a right at can you guys see my mouse ever? Right here. Because like I had it going left because again, I was basing it on the way that Ann Taylor describes Bishop Boulevard in the hearing. And that's why. But I don't know. What should I do? Because I want to make sure, you know, I cover all my bases with that. In a way, it almost seems like maybe best to include the different possibilities. Because like we don't really know anything for sure, to be honest. We really don't know anything for sure. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that just went poof, disappeared, right? I mean, is it outside the realm of possibility that they do have a white Elantra at that intersection, right? But it doesn't line up. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to suggest that there's anything funny going on. I don't. I'm just saying that even if you, let's just say that it's incompetence, right? We see the same thing like with Karen Reed, right? Let's just say it's incompetence. And it's just like, oh, we don't know what happened to it. Oh, we don't know how it got inverted, whatever the fuck, right? Let's just say it's incompetence. Like, and for some reason, like, in other words, when you're dealing with law enforcement of this caliber, right? This is the thing for me. You're dealing with law enforcement of this caliber, you know, when they say, yep, this is the only camera footage we have with the vehicle during between the hours of 2 and 3 a.m., say, right, or whatever. It's like when they also say, yeah, we don't have this, we couldn't find this, this was gone, we don't know where this is, we don't have, we don't know anything. Like, you know what I mean? Just, you guys know. Like, is it really trustworthy? Like, again, whether it's incompetence or something more nefarious or whatever, I don't know. Like if they were on top of things and this was like legit, it would be different. I'd be like, okay, they don't have it. They don't have it. I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we rule anything out or should we keep all the possibilities in? I mean, my gut is almost like keep all the possibilities in until we know for sure. But anyway, I'm asking you guys what you think. So let me just be quiet. Well, yeah, I mean, if they had GPS data, we would know for sure, which is kind of what we're going to be getting into here. You know, that's the thing. Like I've said this before and I'll say it again. What we are doing here with this nonsense, right? The stupid car surveillance footage and like random ass pings that are like towers that could cover any like, you know, area. Like this is for the birds. Like this is just not, because normally you have GPS data and there's no need for any of this. Like you don't even need the surveillance videos don't even fucking matter. Like none of it. You don't need any of this. You don't need the tower pings. You don't need the surveillance. You've got GPS coordinates. You're done. You know, like it's just not debatable. I mean, the only wiggle room would be like which room of a house, but sometimes you could even pinpoint that. So, you know what I mean? So, okay, let's carry on. I don't know if any of you guys weighed in on the map situation. Okay, so then again, this is one of the other images that's in the PCA. Okay. Now, remember the blue line that they mentioned? I think that's this. Now, why the fuck it looks the way it does, God only knows. I mean, again, this is the type of thing that we're dealing with. Let me pull it up in the PCA so we can see the context and see how worse it looked originally. You can't even see the blue pretty much. So there it is originally. And you also, the other thing you can't see is you can't see any of the cities or towns at all, right? I mean, I can't. Like, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is a possible route based on off cellular device location. So this is actually really fucking important, right? So the other map, the maps, it's a funny thing. The maps that were the worst so far is the one that is supposed to show the path of travel of the vehicle. And now we can see the path of travel, right? This is the cell phone path of travel. However, it's completely useless when you can't see anything else except the yellow line. There's no context. So what is it saying here? It blows my mind. Below is a depiction, not scale, of the why would it not be just okay. Of the possible route taken based off of cellular site locations, cell site locations. Wow, this is helpful. Got it. Excellent. I'm seeing if there's anything else in there. Okay, then. Okay, so while we're here, let's take a look at this, right? Because we're going to be talking about this with our presentation. So granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI, cell site location, right? To current. From June 23rd, 2022 to current. So that's historical, right? Andy Penn, register, trap, and trace, Was in contact with anyone before, locations. And location of the white Elantra, as well as the location of Kohberger. What have I been saying over and over again? Match the person with the phone, with the car, all three together. There's the person, finally, in terms of location. Now, this is interesting. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. So this is the second AT&T because it contains historical. The first AT&T was just for the hours, like immediately. This is the second AT&T. Also, we know that because it includes the pen, trap, and trace. I mean, unless this is Payne doing what Payne does, which is like not including a separate thing, like the way it says and. Anyway, we've seen this in other situations where he makes it seem like something. But I mean, historical. That's the historical that include. That's your second ATT. Now, this is just talking about the nonsense that we already heard in the video. And then this is the last map that's included in the PCA. I will say this is the best map of the maps included in the PCA. Now, what's funny is, remember before when they said arrows and I was like, those are not arrows, those are triangles. Look at the difference when they actually want to do arrows. These are arrows. Look, guys, look. Like, it's not great, but this is of much better quality. But look at the arrows. Tell me why. Tell me why. Y'all. Tell me why, then. You guys, look at the left. It says arrows. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you blind? Right. So when did you ask that question? 1258. It depends on what thing you're looking at. So like, for example, as an example, this lovely map right here that we're looking at, this is just Elantra. That's just Elantra. What they've not done is what I've tried to do, which is combine Elantra with cell phone. That's not in here, by the way. So that's just Elantra. And then this lovely map is just cell phone. Now this is both in this map. However, this map, y'all, this is irrelevant. Like, the only map where they do the vehicle plus cell phone is the going to the grocery store the next day. of course, right? Where they're like, who gives a shit? Now, another thing, let's take a look. How did they make this map? And again, they still could have used these arrows that look actually like an arrow. They still could have done better with the other map. But anyway, so let's take a look. What are we looking for? Location data to answer this question, right? Are we just fooling around with stupid towers? Okay. At approximately 1246, the phone then utilized cellular data in the area. That's a cell tower. In other words, if they didn't have them on surveillance, they would still be dealing with whatever the multiple square mile radius was of that particular cell tower, right? Just shenanigans. So, right. So that's why it says in the area. See, it's easy for people to see this and think, oh, they've got them literally here. No. The cell data is in the area. But the reason they're able to say the address and give a grocery store is because surveillance footage obtained from the grocery store showed him exit the white Elantra. And then again, interior surveillance shows him walking through the store, purchasing items and leaving. So what are we still missing? Any type of location, GPS data, anything like that. The same is true with their supposed the 12-time visits or whatever thing. There's literally nothing that gives any type of location yet in this, not referenced in the hearings, nothing, not anywhere. And again, cellular resources, then it stops reporting from to the network. That's supposed to be when it goes back the next day or whatever. And now here's the dad trash, and there you go. Rochelle asking the $1 million question here. If they had his car on video and they mapped the route they thought he took, wouldn't they have to match? Yes, they do. They have to match. Like I keep saying, right? You have to put the phone with the car with the phone, person with the phone, and the person with the car, and all three together. One thing that's missing, even if you overlook the car and the phone, one thing that they don't have, again, I mentioned this earlier, is the person with either. Again, because there's literally nothing that shows him driving the car. And to our knowledge, again, there's no, like I mentioned this earlier, like with Murdoch as an example, right? Like the phone pings are going to happen no matter what, even if you're not using the phone. But the way that you put the person with the phone with the location is like them making a phone call. And then the other person on the other end of the line comes in and testifies and says, yep, I got this phone call. It was them. I've heard their voice. And then they're going to be asked, like, how long have you known them? How well do you know their voice or whatever, right? Just to show it wasn't someone else using the phone, all that shit. That's normally all the hoops you have to jump through to try to prove the person was with the phone. And then usually the phone with the vehicle is not difficult because you have GPS from both. Like normally that's a given. And then the challenge is putting the person with the phone and the car. I mean, you see how far from any of that this is? This just blows my mind. Lewiston. Yes, someone asked about that earlier. What was the Lewiston thing again? Can someone explain the Lewiston thing for me, please? Please. I mean, I don't think there's anything in here. I mean, you could be being sorry. I haven't seen anything that has any account of him making any calls or texts. So far, there's nothing of that. Literally, there's nothing of any usage on the phone apart from what we've seen, which is it pings off of these towers or in this area. And that's it. That's literally it. So, okay, and we've gone through this a bunch, so I know there's some discrepancy here. So if I hadn't looked into this heavily, I would think to myself, call detail records. That totally sounds like it's just, here's what your phone calls are. Kind of like when you would get a phone bill. But this is a good point for us to segue into the presentation because That's not what it's supposed to be, but I know you've heard me say that a million times. Don't take it from me. Let's take it from the experts. So y'all ready? Advanced Cellular Analysis. Woo! I feel like we need a swoop. Let's do a swoop. What swoop should we do? Let's do. Okay, let's just for old time's sake, let's do the road trip crew.
It's a house.
Advanced Cellular Analysis. We don't need to worry about the course overview. This is who they are, blah, blah. Okay. So this is, we know it's recent because, you know, for example, just looking at this, like Gabby Petito, like in other words, this is just built into their presentation. And these are recent cases, right? Molly Tibbetts. I mean, these are, I think, all pretty recent, but like, anyway, okay. Now, not all of this is going to be what we need, but members, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. How to display cell sites and sectors correctly. Azimuth. Timing advance. Ooh, can it not do that? Can you go away? Thing. Just annoying. Okay, timing advance. Right, and this is exactly what we heard from that testimony we watched from murder. Shaded area does not depict coverage, just direction sector is facing. We heard that exact same thing. And it's going to go through the differences for all the different providers, okay? Okay, radio frequency interface. So that is supposed to be a cell phone on the right-hand side. Go ahead and laugh. I mean, you know, so communication only occurs when voice, text, or data activity. Registration of events, timing advance. Activity creates records. Now, the thing that is most noteworthy these days, right? That's a difference from smartphones and dumb phones is the data, right? That's one of the reasons why you don't have to be making a phone call or a text message. And remember, even if your phone is on airplane mode, it's still going to be using data. It's still going to be using data within the phone anyway. Not going to be pinging a tower, but it's still going to be using data within the phone. Like, again, that would show up on the Celebrate, like I've talked about. On background processes and whatnot. Okay, radio frequency interface. So, oh, interesting. That's helpful. So now it's showing, so you can see the similarities, right? This is helpful for someone like me who's a squirrel, where it's like phone, okay, got it. And now like router or hotspot, got it. And like, it's like very clear. And so look, it's like the same. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Communication only occurs when cellular connection not used. Use an app for voice, text, or data. Go to app provider for records. Interesting. And again, activity, Yeah, it's like a car phone, right? It's like a car phone. Do you guys remember that? Oh my God. That tree one, honestly, they made that look way better than they usually do. Like the one that is near me that I've seen is like atrocious. Whoa, that's a cell tower? What? The churchy thing? That's wild. Oh my God, look at the fake cactus. I'm going to die. Y'all, the fake cactus of it all. Is it supposed to be funny? I don't know. It seems like that must be the goal. Yeah. Looky here, cell tower density. Now, this is like Alabama and Florida. I mean, that's definitely, no, I guess this is Florida. Yeah, there's Tallahassee. Okay, this is like Florida area. Yeah, this is Florida area. Okay. Cell site sectors. Okay. Average cell site has 360-degree coverage. And it's because it's got these three sectors, right? 120 plus 120 plus 120, math. Cell site azimuth. Azimuth is the center of the sector. This is where you get those wedges, as they described it with the testimony you watched from Murdoch, the little like wedges, and they're like in the middle of the sector. It's like, well, usually they're kind of rounded in the other images that I've seen, but here it's a triangle, but same. And it's got the little arrows. Whoa. Every hour on clock is 30 degrees. Oh, okay. That's helpful. So that's why they have, that's where they got 60, 180, and 300. Okay. I got it. Kind of. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Tower orientation variations. Yeah, right. So for somebody who was asking about, I think this was earlier, was asking about like, why is it that like sometimes the strength is different or the signal is better in one place? Here we go. So antenna orientation and beam width dependent on terrain, population density, etc. Open field, farm, inside a shopping mall. So this slide, interesting. This slide is to serve as a reminder that it is imperative for the investigator to understand the antenna orientation for the specific tower in question. I appreciate that. DAS, DAS, distributed antenna system. So now we're in California. You guys, this cell phone is killing me right here. Look at that. Look at that cell phone. Oh my God. Okay, cell sector selection. For the initiation of a call, text, or data session, the tower sector is chosen by the phone, not the network. That's also interesting and helpful, I feel like. Oh, are you? Okay, wait, Twiz, did you ever answer my question? Did you ever respond about that song? How many, y'all, we need to do a quick poll. How many of you guys raise your paw or put something in the chat? Do you guys remember the song, I'm so fancy, you already know, whatever the words are. Oh, and then she's like rapping. Do you guys remember that song? I'm so fan. And there's like a beat there. It's like, I'm so fan. Wait, hold on. I'm so fancy. You already know I'm in the fast lane. Anyway, do y'all remember? Okay. Anywho. Oh my God, palm tree towers. That is amazing. Rochelle remembers. Sweet. Twiz has heard it. Okay, good. Because there was a bit of a not recognizing. That's fun. Thank you from LA to Tokyo. Thank you. I said, maybe you do that. Anyway, I'm not going to continue on with that. If I'm going to rap, it has to be Dr. Dre, just saying. Okay. Or Snoop. So, the cell phone. So, all right. For the initiation of a call, text, or data, right. Yes, the tower / sector is chosen by the phone, not the network. I find that very interesting. There's a lot of question marks on this map. I guess that's supposed to show like, who's the phone going to choose? Who's going to be the lucky winner of the cell phone? Okay. The cell phone measures each signal. Remember, like we learned, right? It's going to choose the strongest signal, not the closest tower. So the cell phone measures each signal. The closest to 0 is the best. There it is. Oh my God, keep reading. How does a phone choose a tower to communicate with? The strongest, best quality signal determines the selection, not always the closest. There you go, people. Y'all, we are going to be the most knowledgeable on this stuff. Telling you what. Now, I don't know what state we are in here. Lincolnshire. Goosetown. Does anybody recognize this place? Is that California still? I have no idea. Okay, neighbor list. List is provided by the tower. Phone determines the order. Interesting. There's that phone again. This is more confusing. I don't understand that one so much. Neighbors. I don't know. Is that? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's always good to be friendly with your neighbors. I'll say that much. Okay. Cell sector selection. Okay. Now this is what I was saying with the wedge. There we go. So that's the azimuth right there, right? We learned. There's our phone. You know, what I will say that I appreciate that if you can't miss it. It's like, there's the phone, right? All right. The record tells us which tower and sector it chose. Why this one and not the others? The other towers did not have the strongest, best quality signal. This is very thorough and very clear, I feel like. What do you guys think? All right, cell sector selection. A drive test can corroborate the records and provide great visual evidence of coverage. Drive test footprint. We saw these examples in the Murdoch timeline. A drive test reveals the strongest, best quality signal and coverage area in relation to a location. So strongest signal and strongest, best quality signal and coverage. Again, because it's looking for the best, not the closest. So hypothetical crime scene where the star is there. There's the phone. Okay. Cell tower groupings and paging process. I don't know what Verizon Duff means. Okay. Providers name these differently. So they call it location area code. If it's AT&T 3G, T-Mobile 3G. Switch is Verizon, market ID, Verizon 4G. Isn't everything like 5G now? Anyway. Chillicothe. That is Chillicothe, New Mexico? I feel like. Hold on. Nope, Ohio. Okay. Shout out to Ohio. Tower and sector identifiers per technology. Okay. And look what we have here, my friends, a call detail record. What is a CDR? A historical listing of device activity over time. It's a lot of numbers. Timing advance. Round trip of signal is measured by network. There's a clock. So example, and there's our cell phone. And that they do with math, like because of the speed of light. Oh, nope. Sorry. That's timing advance. Just kidding. Just kidding. Wait, that is timing advance. So, okay. It's just that I was getting ahead of the presentation. Sorry. I already knew that because of the Murdoch dude. So, right. So okay. I see. They broke it down. Good. Round trip of signal is measured by network. So for example, 0.00005 seconds, right? And then you get to the speed of light bit, right? Time times speed of light equals distance. Yes, indeedly do. And then they get that part, right? That makes sense. Why have timing advance? Timing advance allows network to assign the phone a time slot. Time slots are chip sets. The assigned time slot is based on the distance from tower. Now, I think, can you guys see where this we're like, where's my mind going? Well, my mind is going to this, that when you've got a tower that serves a very large square number of miles, right? I would imagine that, again, this is less precise because the chipsets are wider, but we'll see. Like, for example, like, is it always 8 chipsets? Because then if you have a larger area, then each one would be wider. Or is it just that they're always the same amount of distance apart, but you have more of them, like 65? I don't know. Knowledge from Twizzle. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. From LA to Tokyo. Okay. Timing advanced illustration. There's our phone. Okay. There we go. Dayton. So we're in Ohio again. Timing advanced records. Okay. So T-Mobile. Who has timing advance? So let's look at AT&T here. Future release can use location database of record, which is similar, retained for 90 days. Now look at this. Compare this to Verizon, retained for 8 days. Wow. Now T-Mobile retained for 180 days. Wow. US Cellular retained for 1 year. That is very, very interesting. Verizon retains for 8 days. Huh. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. So timing advance. Timing advance is illustrated as an arc. Phone is before arc, on arc, one chipset beyond arc, rare, possible search area. Should I plot the coordinates too? Not GPS. Oops, answer not advisable, limited circumstances. Like coordinates are not, bam, coordinates are not exact location of phone. Here we go. Port building. Look at this. Basic principle. Screenshot, capture your map work product. Keep it simple, stupid. Don't overcomplicate, overwhelm. Provide. So this is, I think now, right, now they're talking about getting into how to testify about it, but don't worry, there's more information. Would the average juror understand this? Okay, mapping steps. Set your focus. Which one is more effective? Blah, blah. Include reference points. Include advanced data. Build analysis. This is trying to show them how to do a good job. Okay, but don't worry, there's more. Is this slide good or bad? I'm going to go with bad. What do you guys think? Should we vote and then before we find the answer, what do you guys think? Is this slide good or bad? I know. I know. I know. I know. Yeah, I don't know. The screenshot is funny though. But you know what? As long as they're showing they're saving some their work, you know what I mean? Like a lot of times you'll see certain things when law enforcement is doing a good job where it's like they have a screenshot of it, but then they also have the other things, right? It's like the screenshot for good measure, like they like in every way that they can save their work and show their work, they do it all, right? Like, you know what I mean? And like, you know, good for them if they do. Well, I'm not getting to the answer. Oh, you want to see the rest of the map? Okay. I don't want to get to the answer because I want us to try to figure it out. I'm scrolling down it slowly. Okay. There's the rest of the map. Maybe, well, let me do this. Let me zoom out. There we go. Okay. There, now we can see the whole thing. So is it good or bad, this slide? What do you guys think? I think it's missing a couple things. But let's see what you guys think. By the way, here's a label. We should know what the label says. So it says outgoing or incoming calls and text messages between target phone and multiple other numbers. Well, you guys, so like who's calling who and where is what and like what? There's like no, you know, I don't know. I think it's bad. We're supposed to just be judging if it's good or bad. We're in class right now, guys. We're in class. But like, again, look at what it's supposed to be showing. This is supposed to be showing outgoing or incoming calls and text messages between target phone and multiple other numbers. Right? Okay, P Fox is going with bad. Okay, anybody think this is good? Good. This is great. We're going to be experts by the time trial rolls around, guys. Great point. Rochelle coming in. We don't know what the colors show. We sure don't. We sure don't. Nope, nope, nope. We don't know what the colors are. Nope, we don't. There's no key. You know how you always want a key, right? Telling you what the things are. Nope. It's also zoomed out pretty far. But here's the other thing. Like, we don't have target phone and other numbers. It doesn't show us who's what, like who's who and who called. Like, it's just it's missing, I think. Okay. So let's see what they say. Ooh, oh my God, this is so fun. Poor date, time, range description. Okay. Missing locations, call out boxes. Wow. This in other words, this was terrible. Look at us. Missing scale. Not yet. There was no scale. Missing draft, final markings, missing page number. In other words, this is an F-, guys. Okay. Is this slide better? This is fun. So let's look at the date range. Now we're learning. Okay. So 5:01 to 5:10 a.m. Okay. So that's more narrow. And then it's got the target phone number and the other target phone. And they're color-coded purple and red. This makes more sense. Oh, and there's the crank. Yes, this is better. This is much better. Now we know we have to look. Is there a page number? Yep, there's the page number and there's the scale. I would say this is a good one. Yep. Yep. Okay. Peer review, whatever. Let's take a look at this. Let me zoom in. So this is like the expectation of what you should have. Okay. So the checklist, right? So in other words, someone's going to peer review it and see if all this is there when you're putting one of these present, or a report, like literally what we've been hearing about, right? So review tower list spreadsheet for correct date and time range. Review CDRs ensuring all relevant time period records are captured. Print cast report and verify dates and times from CDRs are correct on maps. Confirm existence of page number, scale, cast, caveat. Verify azimuths from tower listing and accurate depiction, if any, on maps. Review for typos and grammar, blah, blah. Verify addresses through other mapping tools to confirm latitude and longitude. If cast tool used, you utilize a different tool or method to review. Why do I feel like they did literally none of this? Submit reviewed report via Sentinel, insert form, or EC, and note peer reviewer in details. Okay. Let's see now. That's left blank. Okay. So now here's an example, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, you guys. I do say this is a cast draft report example. It says draft right there on it. Holy mackerel. Wow. Screenshot of raw data from previous slide. Yeah, so that's interesting about screenshots. It seems like that is the thing. I don't know if it's just, I don't understand why, like, it's like not duplicatable. Like, I don't know. Okay. Batch reports. You've heard of that. Okay. That's to find like a person, count number, whatever. And scenario, looking for a fugitive, identified new phone, CDR and TA obtained. So that's timing advance. Next step, contact list for time frame, run a batch report. Pizza shop, Chinese restaurant. Are they trying to figure out what to eat? Like, what's going on? I didn't see that. I'm not sure what you were asking about, probably from a couple slides ago. Yeah, the two numbers, that's just trying to show that one person communicated with another person. Like, when would that have been real? Like, take it, like, think like in the Adelson case, right? Like, what was really important there was seeing how often these two people talk to each other, and then these other two people, like, for example. There you go, Twiz. What to eat after you catch the perp? Yes. Okay. Still going with the restaurants, I guess. Deliveries. Oh, Super 8 motel. So this is hilarious, guys. So it's saying, I guess in this scenario, right? It's like they're figuring out. I think this is okay. Here's what I think. So this is like them narrowing it down, right? So they've got the fugitive phone hot tower. So in other words, they think the fugitive phone is here. And in this scenario, my interpretation of this is they don't know who the person is. They have a fugitive phone, right? And here's the area. So then they figure out what's in this area. Okay, a Super 8, a Chinese restaurant, pizza shop. So if you're staying in a motel, right, what are you probably doing? You're probably ordering food. Oh, deliveries. Oh. Right. So identify a phone of interest. It gets more difficult, right, if it's a burner phone. High volume calls, significant persons in their life, contact and interview. That's a normal thing that's done in investigations, guys. You look at who all they've been communicating with and you go talk to that person. Addresses identified, takeout and delivery places, contact and determined person or address associated with that number. Other businesses, government numbers, blah, 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 blah. Break. I guess that reminds them to take like a break, like whatever this is. Okay, so now here we go. AT&T technology. You guys ready? You guys ready? Look at this, guys. Look, look, look. Okay, excellent. Oh no, wait, let me zoom back in. That's terrible. You guys can't see that. Okay, AT&T Retention. Y'all ready? Okay, subscriber information, more than 2 years. Call detail records with cell site usage. That's for voice, okay, 2 years. Call detail records, text, SMS with cell site usage, 2 years. Text, SMS content, only if user has subscribed to AT&T messages. I don't know what that even means. Content retained for 90 days unless deleted by customer. Milos, 3 months rolling. Voicemail, 14 days unless deleted by customer, or if customer has paid service 30 days. What? They automatically delete your voicemails? That's wild. Live pings, available every 15 minutes. So remember, guys, I was so excited when I saw this because remember, here, remember this part? Remember this from today and yesterday and all the other days? 15, 30, 60, right? It's going to depend on the provider, as we shall see. And there we go. Matches up. Live pings for AT&T every 15 minutes and emailed. Oh, there's the email. Okay, Twiz, there you go. And emailed to law enforcement. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Twiz, remind me what you said about the email thing, because here's the thing. This is the shit that I don't think that they have. Okay. Location service. Like, this is straight up like location based on the GPS and the other stuff versus location based on all the other things. This is the shit that you would have to have. Like, if your location services are off or if the phone is powered off, right? This is not going to exist. If phones are on airplane mode, this will still exist. Oh, and that's funny because look, it even has an email right here. Huh. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, correct. On here, yes, this is AT&T, 3 months rolling. And the NELOS, where was that? Now, NELOS is up here, Historical Record Services, right? What I haven't seen yet is a description of what this CALIA event-based location. Let me do a Google search. I have not seen that yet. The Commission for Accreditation for Law Enforcement. Huh? Well, I don't understand. CALIA event-based location. I don't know what that. Let me add the word event and see if that helps. Does that mean if it's someone who is a police officer? Like, I don't know. That doesn't. So remember when we saw before how they have their different languaging? Because remember, True Call, I can't remember who that was. They all had their own different, like this here, this box. Oh, you guys can't see. The box, I don't want to let me highlight. Now, let me, can you guys see this? Okay, there, this box here, it didn't highlight all of them, but we're lucky it got to do it at all. So remember, we saw that earlier in the presentation where the different providers have their own name for it. So that's what this means, is because they're all, now I don't remember, was AT&T NELOS? Yes, because that's here for AT&T, right? Okay. It'd be easier, wouldn't it, if they didn't have, if the different network providers just use the same fucking terminology? Like, it's just stupid. Right. And this is also a similar thing, right? I know, that's funny. But the other thing is this, the live pings, that's GPS. The live pings is considered, I looked into this, the live pings is considered to be the most invasive of all and most intrusive. Like, this was a big deal. This is like them tracking your ass. Like, even if you're not doing anything with your phone. And so that's why there's a limitation on it, that they can't do it more than every 15 minutes. Like, this is literally like you're tracking a deadly fugitive, right? Like that type of, like that live ping is like tracing a device. Like that is the thing. That is the way you find, like, and that's going to give you a latitude and longitude of that device. And it's not related to tower density or any of that shit. Or any of the other stuff. This right here is like, this is how you track somebody down. And your only challenge is that you get it every 15 minutes, right? And that's you got to figure it out from there, right? And the live pings would have been part of the pen, trap, and trace, right? And there it says every 15 minutes. So that whole point, though, like, for what the whole point of that is to, I don't know, I would imagine if the quickest that any of this gets you know, and again, that the CALIA, that was something law enforcement. Like, I would imagine that the first thing that they're gonna have go through, like, this is the most important thing. If you think you've got, I don't know, imagine a mass shooter person or something. I don't know, somebody who's like literally, 1 second can save however many lives. I don't know. this is not, from my understanding is, again, this is like the most intense and severe, like, I don't know, thing. So, oh, really? I don't know, man. Like, I looked, I mean, I did a lot of, it'll probably be this presentation too, but I did a lot of research into it. And like, literally they said, like, if your location services are off, in terms of like the precise shit, like this type of GPS shit, your phone's not traceable. Maybe now again, towers are different, blah, blah, blah. But again, that's only going to get them so far. Okay, so typical, look, typical AT&T search warrant return. Woo! Why are you showing us landline? Who gives a shit? Anyway, well, there you go. Report, stir, shaken. Is this like from a bar? Like shaken, not stirred? I don't know. Okay. Voice, SMS, text, and data. So both the PDF and text format files are separated into 3 sections. Within each section, the connections are listed chronologically. Cellular software correlates and listed all calls, text data in one chronological set. Some software programs can load the PDF format and others can only load the text format. Okay. Look. So here's the results of the query. Okay, numbers. AT&T data 60-minute sessions. If you see a repeat every 60 minutes, like we see here, it's the same data session stopping and then restarting after a 60-minute timer ends the data session and then it's restarted. Additionally, you may see several data sessions running at the same time. This is determined by looking at the duration of the data, data sessions and seeing that they overlap. Yeah, okay. Okay, here's an example of a data session that lasted 53 minutes and 34 seconds. As you can see in the cell site location column, there are numerous cell sites listed for this data session. These are listed in the order that they were used. While reporting data session, AT&T also lists the time on tower, which shows the amount of time in seconds the device spent on each cell tower involved in the transaction. Disregard data sessions with 0 duration and no time on tower duration. Hello, happy to see you. Yes, I think that sounds pretty accurate there. Okay, so data sessions, right? So, now the thing about this, right, is that that could be a lot of things, right? Your phone's going to be using data, even with background processes, right? So like apps running in the background, they're logging data. So like, for example, if you're not at your house and you're not on Wi-Fi, right? If you're driving, the way that your phone's going to do the phone things is, it's going to be using data. So even if you're not making a call or a text or whatever, right? If you've got apps, I mean, think about all the stuff that your phones are doing all the time, right? All that's using data, like if you're not on Wi-Fi. Okay, data reliability, historic issues, uncertainty with the timestamp. In the past, AT&T was not certain at what point during the data session the cell site was recorded. For a 59-minute data session, you can only be certain that the cell site was used at some point during that hour. Could not determine if it was the dominant tower or a handoff tower. Okay. Uncertainty with cell site in the past. Could not determine if it was the dominant tower or handoff. Could not. Okay. Well, yeah. Could even capture handoff that was being set up but never took place. And then they corrected all this stuff. So why? Once AT&T understood the issues could be the difference between locating or not locating a missing child, they were invested, okay? So they fixed all their shit. So handoffs are, okay, handoffs, guys, handoffs. The phone chooses the cell site. Strongest is the best, right? Phone will select the dominant cell site. Must be within usable coverage area. And that's for handoffs, right? Handoffs. So, okay, so handoffs are controlled by the network. So that's important, right? The phone's going to choose the signal strongest and the best, not always the closest. But handoffs are controlled by the network. And I remember hearing that too from Matthew Wild and Murdoch. So uses input measurements taken by the phone. Handoffs. Handoff process similar for all providers. Any single handoff is not conclusive of cell phone movement. A series of handoffs where the cell phone exits the usable area of previous cell sites is conclusive movement. Oh, coolio. Limiting handoffs. Excessive handoffs is undesirable. That means ping-ponging. Leads to dropped calls. Uses too many resources. System in place to limit ping-ponging is called hysteresis, maybe. The network adds an offset value to the current cell site, for example, 5 dB, meaning before a handoff based on signal strength takes place, the new cell site would have to be 5 dB stronger. You know, here, remember, guys, remember that there's a whole thing about the handoffs that came up in the hearing, that there's, I think what we're gleaning from this so far too, right? Well, maybe, hopefully a lot, but like where two people can look at the same things and have different conclusions, right? Because it's not precise, not as precise as other methods, right? Like GPS and whatnot, location. So a minimum time is also established. The new signal not only has to be stronger, but it has to be stronger for a preset time period. Ping-ponging. Look at the ping pong ball. There's the cell. For anyone who's just now getting here, this is the cell phone that they use. It's like a car phone from like the 80s. Love it. Ping-ponging after hysteresis. Oh. Looks like the sun. AT&T handoffs and time on tower. And remember, the latitude and longitude is giving you, like, my understanding of this is it's the tower location, not the phone, right? Because we know that that's okay. And then cell location. Remember what it said earlier on, guys, right? These are not exact. Like, this could be misleading. This is, they can't say that's exactly where the phone is. Wow. It's a lot of numbers. Okay. AT&T time on tower. Add in all the time on tower for this data session. Why? Because the time on tower includes setup and handoff times. What's that mean for analysis? First, for the first cell site, no change. Handoff cell sites, you have to account for the 22 seconds approximate. See here, guys? Admit the time could be up to 22 seconds off. Bam. Y'all, this is not a precise thing, right? In other words, the 22 seconds, that could be any other number. They're just giving an example based on the math. This could be something else. You have to say it could be this much off. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. Oh, wow, 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 wow. A cell site in the middle of a session with 0 or blank TOT should be disregarded. Okay, now we don't need to look through the other network providers for this purpose. Now, is this within, okay, T-Mobile CDR codes. Okay, so I think we're still within T-Mobile. Look at that. Timing advance. This is not, look at that. They're making sure it's really clear. There you go. Now this is a T-Mobile, but same timing advance, that's the same anywhere, right? Like it's not. Oh, there's Kalia. Okay. Each time you request timing advance, you need to submit a Kalia form with payment information. Only once for search warrant. Every time you request a report for prospective reports. Interesting. Oh, look at that. Wow. Oh. Okay, here's a Kalia form. Interesting. So in other words, remember when I was like, what the fuck is the Kalia? Hold on. Remember how you were saying too, how like they have to include the one for each different network provider. So I wonder if the Kalia is just applies to T-Mobile. But they did check the box, so. Oh my God. Yes. 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 Vehicle telematics. I would be remiss otherwise.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
That call.
I didn't mean to play that again. That's funny. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, when I looked it up, it was like it's a law enforcement agency. I don't know. But it didn't have that come up though when it was AT&T, which is weird because we went through every single page on that. It came up as I was scrolling through. Okay, so vehicle telematics. Yep. So hold on, okay. Many newer vehicles are connected via cell networks, OnStar, FordSync, BMW Assist, etc. Why are you saying BMW? It's like trying to torture me. Okay. Feedback to the manufacturer, maintenance, fuel efficiency, blah, blah, blah. Oh, interesting. Just because it's a 2022, not always connected. It's reminding us. There's a lot of great data for a connected car. This is a phone course. We are focused on getting a phone, the vehicle's phone. Oh, is that where they got the car phone picture from? Current location, past locations, phone identifiers, IMEI for vehicle telematics, traditional phone, connected services. Interesting. Not intended to replace Burla downloads. Doing a Burla download does not provide the exact same information. Now, remember, for those of you guys who are also following Karen Reed, remember, there was a whole thing, as y'all are probably well aware, with the telemetry from the vehicle that, they did the chip off and then Trooper Paul didn't know how to read it. And there were other issues. I'm summarizing with that. And then the Commonwealth said they were going to do a chip on, and then the defense wanted to have their expert present and they said no. And I think it came out, well, we're going to go over it tomorrow anyway, the newest filings. Anyway, okay, let's not get too sidetracked. So telemetry. Wow. Seems combining a phone cell right down. There you go. Right? To complement each other. Phone cell right download, Google records and CDRs. How? Identify the VIN number. Huh. Most vehicles are serviced by AT&T. That's interesting. Huh. How? VIN to IMEI. Subpoena to AT&T. Wow, that's interesting to know. How does AT&T have like an exclusive monopoly over that? That's interesting. Oh my God. Based on a subpoena, AT&T could convert the following. Wow. 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 AT&T provides services but cannot convert these ones. You will have to find the IMEI and then not AT&T or not AT&T. Yeah, wow, look at that. That's wild. IMEI but no carrier, subpoena all three carriers. Ford. Okay. Wow. It's literally just like a phone. They weren't kidding when they said that at the beginning of this. Wow. AT&T tower dumps. Holy shit. So if they do an AT&T tower dump, it can include cars? Look, guys, for AT&T tower dumps, if you're focused on vehicles, so not just the phones, the vehicles. Oh my God, that is insane, guys. Who's Brent? Oh, are you talking Brendan? Wait, Brendan? I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, really? That's wild. We've had someone here many times that has a name similar to that, but I'm pretty sure it's a she, but I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure though. Okay. Connected vehicle records. These can look like Google location records and are very precise. Wow. Connected locations. Look at that. Odometer, latitude, longitude. Records, vehicle telematics. Okay, now we get to Verizon. So we can skip past this Verizon specific. This is interesting, though. I'm going to try to see if I can save this because there will be other trials that use other network providers that this could be helpful. Plus, there's a lot of good information and, you might want to refer back to it. Interesting here. See, accurate location can be affected. I appreciate that they're giving all these warnings of like, don't use this in court. This is not exact. This could be affected. This is a red flag, right? Like, I appreciate that. Oh, RTT records and types. I don't know how to interpret literally any of this. Like, what type of weird words are those? Wow. RTT or voice CDRs. Where is that? Dwight D. Eisenhower Highway? Where is that? Y'all know? It seems to ring a bell. Okay, here's a review. What do RTT records provide that voice or text CDRs do not? The approximate distance from the tower for the initial network connection and at the end. When analyzing 3G raw CDRs, what tower differences do you need to be aware of when determining whether a sector is mapped properly? Whether it is a lucent tower. This is done automatically in cast fits. What needs to be matched from the CDR to the cell site list to correctly map the cell activity for? CDMA records. these things. And then VoLTE records, or what time zone is provided within those two things. Oh, this is still within Verizon. Okay. This is still within Verizon. Huh. They have, so the providers all have their own very specific languaging, which is very interesting. Intro to tracking. What? Wait, it's going to end there? You're joking. Look. Where'd it go? Don't toy with me like that. Presentation? Where is it? It's like not loading now. Oh my God. Did you guys see that? Adobe's like, this was a long presentation. I'm tired. There it is. Why are we ending the presentation here? For real, though. Literally, maybe I can find that one and we can do that on the next. Like, is that all? Is that like now we're into the next presentation? Oh my God. Intro to tracking. I'm going to see if I can find that because, yeah, obviously. Where did it have their like thing? I guess they're anyway, let's see here. There's the same one we just had. I don't know if they have that one available. No. There's this one. Biomedical. Wait, what? Is this the different type of cell tracking? Oh my God. Oh goodness me. Chicago. Yeah, Chicago, for some reason, Chicago sits like that. Feels to me like that might be a good bet for that. The Eisenhower. Yeah. Yeah. Now, it did say that there's some newer vehicles that you can still opt out because it had one of those warnings. It was like, beware, just because it's a 2022 or a newer vehicle doesn't mean it automatically has it. Like it said that in there. It had a warning. Warning. So I'm just saving that. So here's this again. Let me pull up. Oh, this was fun. Our little field trip was fun, huh? I don't know, man. I don't know. I do kind of wonder what this thing is. Can we go there? Can we go there? The circle thing. It's the circle thing. It's the circle thing. Let's see. Because you can see it from space. From space. Oh, interesting. There it is. That's the circle thing right there, guys. Oh my God. Is it like, hey, Twiz, do you know, is this like race tracks for horses or like what? Those are some cows. Like what? No, that's not what it is. Why is there like this is what's throwing me off is the circular outside part. Some cows though. You know, I mean, like so much. Does it remind anybody of like a crop circle, but made with a fence? It's kind of interesting, being that you can see it from space. And even on the shitty ass maps that Brett Payne put in the affidavit, you could fucking see this thing. It's interesting. What's this building? Beep, beep, beep. Oh, wow. It looked a lot closer than it is. Funny how that happens, huh? It's a mirage. Look. What does this say? Global animal health phase 2. Okay. Don't really know. I don't know. For some reason, I'm getting flashbacks to some really fucking funny things with Murdoch. Like when I was doing my deep dive into the Sunrise Detox place and like fucking called them. That was a moment. That will live in infamy, calling the Sunrise Detox. That's funny. Right? Uh-huh. What can't you do, P. Fox? What can't you do? Twiz, are you saying you haven't been here? What are you doing if you're not going to these places? Just kidding. I don't even remember, like, if you live like in Pullman, you might have come from out of town to go to the things. Yeah, this is interesting. This is like I just freaking love these field trips, man. I just get so sidetracked, but I'm just like do. Are we speaking? I sure hope so. I sure fucking hope so. I mean, I noticed a lot more issues earlier, like in the affidavit that they didn't even bring up. Like there's a lot of problems there with the timeline. Even in addition to what was mentioned, which is interesting, you don't adventure around much. Why not? Adventures are fun. Whee! Go, little man, little yellow man. So I don't know. Did anybody ever weigh in on my question? I keep asking about the maps and what I should do. Should I just like keep all options possible for the route and update it? I mean, it's just stupid. Like, I mean, again, why couldn't they have used those arrows before with this map? But yeah, so yeah, here's the circle thing. It's not labeled, but we now know it's some cows and a fence. That's what I'm saying though. That fence is like, it's like intense, right? Do you all see that? I think it was really interesting. Our little journey around the loop-de-loop, that was really interesting, right? I think, you know, I can't remember if anybody had learned when I was asking, like, did anybody else know that that's what that was, that that was dorm rooms? Because that's really interesting, especially, again, being that that's the only place they've got the suspect vehicle one on camera on the way before the homicides, right? Is that one place? That was interesting to me. Like, and we solved the loop-de-loop timing issue. So like that, we can cross off the list, I think, in terms of the 9 minutes there. But there's still an issue with getting from like the apartment area over all the way to this stoplight here in 2 minutes. Because it should take 6. So that's funny. The cows are huge. That explains it. Thank you, Twiz. That explains it. Because remember, the building that I had a hard time trying to read the sign on because it was all blurry. And I think I finally figured it was, I think I was trying to say, is it global? Maybe it was clonal. Either way, I was like, that looks like there's some weird ass testing going on. That's what I thought to myself. That makes total sense. Keep all options. Okay, will do. Thank you for your input. Yeah. Yeah. Not since yesterday. I'm just trying to catch up here. Oh yeah, I looked at the summary page and everything was just sealed shit. There was nothing of note. There was nothing substantive there on any of it that I saw. A new motion. Maybe you checked more recently. Let's see. I saw they're changing this timeline for motions in Limine. But again, it's just there's nothing really of note. There's the order regarding the hearing transcript. Oh, okay, motion to seal states exhibits, right? Yeah, again, expecting that, sadly. Motion to redact or seal newly filed records. Order sealing, notice of file. Huh. I feel like this notice of filing is going to be under seal. Let's just go see. I mean, because, you know, it's like everything is under seal, right? But like, okay. I mean, everything is sealing. There's the one. That's the last thing I had seen, right? Extending deadlines to file motions in limine. So, I highly doubt that exhibit list will be public, though, for the exhibits for the Frank's hearing and stuff. Are you talking about, though, on the summary? Because I just looked at that. We can go back. Hang on, we were just here, but we'll take another look. So there's the from the 29th. So there's order, sealing states exhibits, order, sealing exhibit U, notice of filing. That's the one I was just referencing, right? The stipulated exhibits for motions. But again, I'm like, I feel like that's going to be under seal. But is that what you're referencing, Heather? Because like, it seems like we wouldn't get that lucky that we would actually learn what the exhibits are. One above. No. I think you're misunderstanding it, Heather. Yeah, this is what I keep talking about. I think this is what I was talking about. I was like, oh, that's the only interesting thing. Like, it's going to be sealed. That's what I was saying. We're talking about this notice of filing, list of stipulated exhibits. No. This is not another motion for Frank's hearing. No. This is the exhibits that both sides are stipulating to in regards to the motion that they had already made, right? Just like the motions to suppress, same thing, same. So these are the exhibits that they're stipulating to, as in there's no dispute over these exhibits being attached to those motions. Now, of course, they're under seal, or they will be, right? You know, everything else has been, all the other exhibits have been under seal, but at least the point being that they're agreeing on them and they're not fighting over it, right? Like the filing is just saying, hey, judge, we agree on these exhibits and we're not disputing them. Sort of like how when they both had a stipulated motion to seal, right? And he was like, quit doing that. It was just like they both agreed out, like on their own, like they got together and agreed and like, here you go, right? He was like, quit doing that when it comes to like sealing shit. But I think that this one, he probably won't get pissed off because like, that's a good thing, right? If they're agreeing on the exhibits, right? Like that's a good thing. It would just mean that after these hearings, they got together and agreed on certain things. That's how I take that. Oh, you're saying I've tried to click on these and they've never worked, Heather. Look, I'm clicking on it. It's not doing anything. I'm clicking on it. It's not doing anything. No, I'm not talking about the motions in limine. I'm talking about this. Can I highlight it? This. I'm talking about this. These are old motions. This is just saying they've agreed to certain exhibits. They've stipulated to exhibits. Because remember, well, and remember too, there were things that came up that it was like, oh, that's not in evidence yet and whatnot, right? Too. So, I mean, who knows? It could be that they both had a chat, both sides had a chat, and then they agreed. But I mean, in other words, these are the hearings that we just heard, right? Well, now having said that, they still have to hear the rest of the motion for Frank's hearing. That's not done yet. The motions to suppress are done, right? So, so that's why I think that this is probably for the one that the portion, the IgG related portion, right? But it's just that they've stipulated on exhibits. She's talking about the motions in limine, or okay, hold on. Sorry, you're asking me that, I guess. No, I'm talking about the order regarding the motions in limine. That's already out. And this is all it is. Order extending deadlines to file motions in limine and resetting hearing. That's it. Hereby ordered, motions in limine shall be filed no later than February 24th. And responses filed no later than March 17th. The hearing will be April 9th. Heather, did you see me click on it? It won't let me open it. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Like here, like, I mean, you can see my mouse, right? I mean, none of these, it won't let me click on any of them. I mean, this has always been the case. I've never, I mean, you know, okay, let me zoom in. People. Where Heather is talking about Franks is right here. That's where the word Franks is. Well, it does that all the time, though. Something's just delayed coming up. That happens all the time. Sometimes you look at this and it's like, I mean, this is always ahead. It says and not for. I mean, I don't know. I read this as exhibits 4, motions to suppress, and the motion for a Franks hearing. That's how I read this. I don't know. I'm maybe misunderstanding what you're saying. It's the exhibits for both of these because these are the hearings that we just had. That's what that is. So any page where you can open the links, for me anyway, is this one, right? It should be the same for you guys. And all of these you can open. I just had opened this one, right? I just read this one to you guys, about the last one. But these are all pretty much nothing interesting, right? Motion to seal, motion to extend deadline, and then the order extending the deadline, order to seal, order to seal. I mean, you know. So I don't know. I mean, should we look at this one? I'm just not quite sure what Heather's referencing, but I mean, this is pretty much standard fare, right? Nothing there, like nothing helpful, nothing new, just your normal shit. But yeah, I mean, I check this multiple times a day. I check the one at the top where it has the case summary. I check that multiple times a day, and I check this multiple times a day. And what I notice typically, right, is like things will pop up on the case summary first. And sometimes things are way delayed. Like a good example of that is this one right here on 117, objection to defendant's motion to unseal the IgG suppression briefing and hearing. That did not appear on the docket, as in this docket that we're looking at here. That did not appear on the docket until I believe it was the 22nd of January. It might have been the 23rd. It was right around the hearings because I remember everybody seemed to like miss it. I think it was the 22nd though. But other things after this had already appeared, and this was just late. And it popped late. Like, I don't know if they just forgot to scan. I don't know. It was late. But that's just one example. This happens like all the time. Where things that were more recent show up, and then there's other things that are behind. And so. So, okay. On the 29th here, are you guys saying you're able to open the links that are in the case summary? Because I don't understand how that's possible. But like, this is the 29th right here, right? I mean, we already opened this one. But we can open it again. Okay, there's that. And now here's this. We'll open this one. Okay. Okay, there's that. I mean, yeah, we can open those. I mean, the case summary, I've never been able to open anything on the case summary. Like, it doesn't seem like it's clickable. Are y'all saying the case summary is supposed to be clickable? Like that you should, I mean, I usually use Firefox and Chrome. I mean, and on my phone, and that's Safari. I've never been able to click on any of these. I don't know how you're all are doing that. Literally, what browser are you guys using? I mean, what I'm looking at, this says 4. This is motion 4 Frank's hearing. And motion 4 Frank's hearing. Yeah, I have no idea how you're able. That's weird. That's really weird. I mean, I don't know how. So when you open this, notice of filing then, right? What does it say? Like, what does this say if you open it? I can't open it. I mean, I'm trying. You guys see I'm trying? I tried. It doesn't. And again, I've done this on my phone. I've done this in other browsers. I mean, I don't know how, like, it don't work. It does not work. But what does it say if you open it? Additional filings for Frank's. Are you talking about this motion 4 and this one? I don't know. I'm just really looking for. November 18th. Prefer and exhibits are filed contemporaneously. I wonder, so remember there was a problem though. Hold on, there was a problem. Remember they had to redo it and resubmit it? Remember that? I wonder if that's what that's about. Because their shit was not organized and whatnot, right? You guys remember? So that was that. Hold on, let me just pull that up. Here, right? Look, accompanying the motion are 38 exhibits comprising over 2,000 pages. So I wonder if these exhibits were popping up again now because they had to go through and do all this shit, right? A revised memorandum identifying the relevant portions. Resubmit. There we go. Defendant must resubmit his supporting exhibits to include portions that are exclude portions that are not relevant to the motion. To submit the revised filings. Hold on, let me go back. And then Stipulated motion to seal. Amended memorandum and exhibits. There's the motion to exceed page limit. I mean, I don't think you can make a separate, I don't see how you would be making a separate motion for it. That doesn't make any sense. There's a hearing. I don't know. 12/29/25. You mean 1/29/25? I'm really confused. Are you guys not seeing? I've opened up these links in blue like a 50 billion, like a bazillion times at this juncture. The order is sealing exhibit U. I already pulled these up. Sealing exhibit U, and then order sealing states exhibits titled S1. I've already opened these up. You want me to show you guys again? I'll show you guys again. Look. Oh, interesting. Oh, hold on. It's telling me to unshare, reshare. Hold on. It's telling me to unshare, reshare. I wonder, was it not sharing it to you guys? Is that why you kept thinking I couldn't open it? Hold on. Maybe that's what was going on. I just got a notification saying like, we've lost. It's probably because I have too many tabs open. Okay. Have you guys not been able to see what I've been doing with my screen? Because I've opened this up a bazillion times. Like this is from this, right? I've opened up these two from the 29th a million times, but I'm doing it again because maybe it wasn't showing you guys. So like, this is the one about S1. Like I've already opened that up, right? And then I already opened up, I mean, oh, what? Okay, this is from November 26th. Right, yeah, so I was reading all this to you guys, but I don't know if it wasn't sharing. Anyway, I'll just show you guys, just to show you guys, I can open up the other one as well, because there we go. So this is the one about Exhibit U. So I don't know. The things that I can't open are on the case summary. It won't let me open, and I guess it wasn't sharing to you guys, so let me just show you again. These are the things that I can't click on ever, like on any browser with any device. These are never clickable to me. Can you guys see that? These are never clickable to me. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. So you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, except although Tonka, are you saying you can click on these and open them? Because I'm still baffled. I mean, literally, I have no idea. But like this one, I can obviously click on everything. It's just the case summary. See, this is the docket, right? The case summary is the one that looks weird. Like this is the case summary, and nothing should be clickable. I mean, in my experience. Heather, are you able to open these? I'm just confused as fuck. Can you guys, like, the case summary with this shit, you're able to open it, or what the fuck? I have no idea. Who is Dan? Oh, wow. It opened this up like a million times. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my God, I've got like 50,000 of these tabs. That's really funny. Oh my God, wow. I wonder if it was like slow to open them up and then I was trying to share it to you guys and it wasn't showing the right tab. I wonder if that's what was going on. It's possible. I'll find out when I do the timestamps what was going on. That's for sure. I will find out when I do the, oh, you meant TNA. That's funny. I do the timestamps. Santa. Oh yeah. So I was thinking about going back and watching some I.C.R's testimony. I don't know that we're going to do that tonight. We might do that another time. I mean, I feel like my brain is pretty much fried. I scrolled really hard all day at those freaking maps, man. You guys have no idea. And they don't make it easy, as you have seen. Y'all have seen, they don't make it fucking easy at all. And so it might not be the worst thing to, you know, especially because as always, I always realize things when I'm doing timestamps and I might be like, oh, wait, you know, and then remember something. So anywho, but it was a lot. Hopefully you guys feel like you learned something. Hopefully you had fun doing the squirrely field trips all over the place. I thought the thing with the dorm rooms was interesting. We definitely closed the loop on the loop-de-loop. That was good. That was good news. And we learned quite a lot of interesting things about the way it works with cell towers and the different, you know, carriers. I think there's still a lot of confusion, not surprisingly, about what information the state got when, what is in the information. I mean, it's just, there's so, and this is why I just always say, right? Like, I mean, it's like almost like hurting, like it's like begging for punishment in a way, right? Because it's like, we have so little information and until trial, it's just like being almost masochistic in a way, you know what I mean? Trying to solve all this because it's just not, we don't have it. And I mean, at the end of the day, oh my God, I sound like Ashley Jennings. Who knows what the state even has, right? But what they don't have, what they do and they don't have will be confirmed at trial, right? Versus it's more difficult now. Heather's laughing for some reason. Excellent. Oh, yeah. I didn't even mean to do that. Like, I'm just, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Well, motions in Limine is like, you know, to exclude certain things. Like, and the basis is different than motions to suppress. It's like, especially as it pertains to testimony, right? So like, whereas like motions to suppress are like, you know, as it regards to certain search warrants, right? Like a motion in limine is a little more specific where it's like a certain piece of evidence, not just like an entire search warrant or testimony. So like they can't come in and talk about this thing, right? Right. Well, if it's open, I mean, are you expecting us to be able to watch that, the rest of it? Or, you know, if it's granted, get to watch the actual thing? I feel like it shouldn't be too much longer, right? Because remember, he asked for them to give dates that they're available within the next 3 weeks. And we're coming up on 1 week. Wait. Yeah, today is a week. Hey. Actually, he said that at the end of the day on the Friday. So as of technically today, if you look at the clock, but anyway, we're about a week, right? He said within the next 3 weeks, and we've done a week. So 2 weeks to go. So in other words, we should know something fairly soon if he wanted dates that quickly, right? Well, yeah, but I mean, I have literally no hopes for that, even though that's depressing. P. Fox is thinking Valentine's Day-ish. Now, are you talking about the Franks itself or the motion for Franks? And remember, apparently they still have to finish the rest of the motion, the rest of the hearing on the motion for Frank's hearing, right? Because remember, he said the whole thing was they're just going to go over what pertains to IGG, but that they still have to do the rest of it. So I don't know. Oh, that's sweet. That's very sweet. I mean, having said that, there's not anything else on the docket for them to come back and finish discussing it, but just interesting. I wonder if he's just thinking that he doesn't need to hear the rest of it because the IGG stuff would be enough to make a decision. But I feel like he should hear Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure, Tonka, that Hitler has introduced the motion. Yeah, I know. Yeah, for sure. Right. To save time. Right. Right. But do you guys remember what I'm talking about, though? How he's we'll hear the rest of it later or whatever, but there's nothing on the docket for that. So I don't know. If he doesn't hear everything, it better be because he knows he's going to grant it, right? Because I mean, it goes without saying, right? Otherwise, it's a huge appellate issue, right? If he's yeah, I'm going to deny it. I need to hear the rest. Yeah, right. That's not happening. You need to hear the rest of the argument for their motion. However, if he decides to grant it because he feels what he saw was sufficient, technically the state could appeal that decision, but, I don't think it would get very far. And I think that would be the only way he could possibly make that decision without hearing the rest of it. Because he did say, right? Let's see, let's actually take a look. I think it was this one. Okay, let's take a look. Okay. Although the hearing set for January 23rd is not intended as a Franks hearing, in the interest of time and efficiency, the court will permit the parties to present their evidence on the IGG issue as if it were a Franks hearing. By permitting such evidence, the court is not concluding or implying that the defendant has satisfied the preliminary showing required by Franks on the IGG issue, nor is the court bound to consider the full extent of evidence if it ultimately concludes defendant's proffer. Let me read that part again. Nor is the court bound to consider the full extent of evidence if it ultimately concludes. Oh, okay. Guys, look. Nor is the court bound to consider the full extent of evidence if it ultimately concludes defendant's proffer insufficient. Well, never mind. I'm eating my words. Although I still feel like this is going to be a huge issue on appeal. He's saying what? If he finds their proffer insufficient, he's saying I don't have to hear the rest of the evidence. That's why he only wanted to hear the IGG part. Oh, fuck. So here's what that seems to mean to me now. That he's yeah, let's go ahead and hear this to save time. Because he's I'm already going to deny it. Because this is the part, I mean, we've already read this, but I didn't pay him enough attention to this. And again, this is one of the things that came out in that flurry. Again, I think it was the 22nd, all that shit posted at the same time. And it was crazy. Wow. he already had denied this and we just don't know it yet, like, for example, to the defense, right? And the defense was like, fuck that shit, their motion would be a motion for reconsideration. That's what we would see. A motion for reconsideration. Wow. What do you guys think? I agree. You guys, y'all heard me. I was like, yeah, I think it's a go, right? I agree with you guys. I agree with you guys. I mean, I 100% thought that. I agree. I agree with you guys. I agree with you guys. I'm just saying, look at what he said here. This is surprising. Like, again, this is before they had the hearing, right? So this isn't saying he's going to deny it. I'm just surprised that he put this, he included this caveat in here because I feel like this is a huge appellate issue, right? By permitting such evidence, the court is not concluding or implying that defendant has satisfied the preliminary showing required by Franks on the IgG issue, nor is the court bound to consider the full extent of evidence if it ultimately concludes defendant's proffer insufficient. The proffer is what they did at the hearing that we just had. Like, so what he's saying here is if he concludes that the proffer from the 23rd, if the proffer was insufficient to warrant a Franks hearing, he doesn't have to hear the full extent of the evidence, right? Because remember, he was only hearing the stuff, a certain portion of it that they decided on. I agree. I agree. I mean, the thing is this, just because we think it should be granted, right? Doesn't mean it's going to be granted. And I agree. Like we've all pointed out, I pointed out too, like, you know, there were a number of things that were signaling, right? And so again, I'm not saying we don't know yet, right? This wasn't planned. You know, I just pulled this up just to refresh our memories. And I just hadn't noticed this caveat until now. And the caveat is interesting. You guys see why it's interesting? Huge appellate issue, though. Huge appellate issue. If this is what it, I mean, he's like saying, I don't need to see all the evidence. I mean, that's, if it ultimately concludes the defendant's proffer insufficient. It's not outside the realm of possibility, guys, right? That any judge, you know, including Judge Hippler, could, you know, try to, I don't know, like, judges know when they are in the territory of, you know, possible issues on appeal. And for example, like reversible error, like judges will always try to avoid that. Now, I mean, I don't know if this would go that far, but, you know, still maybe, I mean, I think this would be a strong appellate issue. And with that in mind, right, you know, judges will go above and beyond, you know, potentially, like in a hearing where they need to, it needs to look like they, how do I say this without sounding like I'm saying bad things? Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, take like Sarah Boone, for example, or I don't know, Daryl Brooks, or I don't know, plenty of other examples, right? Where something was before the court, as in the judge, right? That was like complete and utter nonsense, okay? And the judge needed to look like they cared and they were listening. I mean, they should be, right? But like take Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, a great example. Like, how many times did Judge, oh my God, why am I blanking? Kranick. How many times did Judge Kranick have to hear her over and over and over again say the same type of thing and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and how many times did he have to be patient with her and give her the every opportunity to do this and that and the other thing and all this stuff when he ultimately already knew how he was going to rule, right? And why? Because it's to make a thorough record, because all of those hearings are going to have a transcript and that's all going to be brought up on appeal. And it's to make it look like he was really listening and really considering, right? You know what I mean? I'm just saying that I'm trying to, I don't want any of us to get extremely, I'm sure it will be heartbreaking and disappointing, but we have to know that it's possible. Anything's possible, right? That's all. Although it's terrible. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like, if he's fair, right? If he's fair. If he's fair. If he's fair. Right? I know. Well, the deadlines are being extended for the motions in limine. And then the other things that are being extended are like the things that have to happen on a schedule as a result of that, right? Now, having said that, the other thing is this. Remember, a lot of this, well, I have to wonder how much of this is a chain of events because of the expert witness shit, where like that slowed things down and then they expected the judge to rule a certain way. And instead he was like, oh, your deadlines have already passed and like, blah, blah. So I don't know. Let me see. Did they give a reason here? Stipulated motion. It's rare when they agree. So let's just see what they say here. Okay. So this is the stipulated motion to extend the deadline for the motions in limine. This motion is made on the grounds that the discovery in this case is extensive. The defense, although diligently working, has not completed a review of all discovery. The state received defense's discovery on January 9th, 2025. Additionally, the parties have recently exchanged expert disclosures. Right. So that's what I was saying, right? I was thinking that could have something to do with it. There it is. The expert disclosures, right? And additional time is needed to identify and prepare issues for filing motions in limine. The parties have discussed additional time for motions in limine. The parties proposed. Yeah. So this is what I was expecting, the expert business, but I was not expecting this part. But anyway, and then this is their proposed schedule. 2-week extension. Yeah. Right. I'm not quite sure what your point is though, Tonka, like about a constitutional issue. Like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Yeah, motions in limine don't deal with violations of a defendant's constitutional rights. I mean, motions in limine happen in civil court as well. They're rampant in every trial, right? I mean, you'll never find a trial without that. Okay. Right. No, I don't know. So again, like suppressions, like motions to suppress are really based on law enforcement. They're based on search warrants, right? So you're challenging that they had a right to search in the first place. Like search and seizure, right? And that's Fourth Amendment, right? So that's where you get into your constitutional rights. And again, motions in limine, another difference there, right, is like in civil trials, you still have motions in limine, and there's no constitutional rights being, that's not a thing with civil trials, right? Let's see what it says here so we can, okay. So pretrial motion that seeks exclusion of specific evidence or arguments from being presented, at trial. The judge decides it outside the presence of the jury, addresses potentially prejudicial, irrelevant, or inadmissible information. Potential prejudice. Right. And here we go. Motions in limine are often used to limit or exclude expert testimony. Well, there you go. So that's the connection to the expert witnesses. That makes perfect sense, right? Such motions regarding expert witnesses are usually filed after the close of discovery. That's talking about Dobbert. So, okay. So here's what this is saying, basically, is that if you file a motion in limine to exclude certain expert testimony, right, under the Dobbert standard, then if just like what's happening in Karen Reed, right? Like all the things where we have to determine if a Dobbert hearing is needed. Like all the motions in Karen Reed are like motion to exclude, like just recently, even again, we'll cover those tomorrow, I believe, like motions to exclude the Commonwealth, right? Motions to exclude the testimony of expert Richard Green, right? That's technically a type of motion in limine, right? Because a motion to exclude testimony of an expert. So, and again, they're asking to have a Dobbert hearing, right? And the objection from the defense is the Dobbert hearing is not necessary. So like when you file this motion, you would be like, yeah, exclude them altogether, or at the very least, give us a Dobbert hearing. Right. I'm not seeing chain of custody to me is more under suppression. I'm not seeing anything, and I have not, I mean, chain of custody is going to, that's going to fall under suppression, right? Because that's going to be Fourth Amendment. How a search is conducted, all that. So I agree. I agree that chain of custody falls under constitutional law, but I just think that both of those are not included. Like motions in limine clearly don't have anything to do with that. This is going to be a far more subjective type of thing, right? Because like, somebody having their rights violated in terms of a search, right? A search warrant, like that's like, you go that route first to try to stop things at the, what is the word? Like stop it at the very beginning, right? And again, just to reiterate, motions in limine are used in civil trials as well. Where they just, like, for example, in Depp v. Heard, there was a motion in limine. This is just one of the first things that comes to mind. In Depp v. Heard, there was a motion in limine that they weren't supposed to talk about like sexual dysfunction issues. How do I know this? Because in that trial, all the sidebars were released, and that's where you learned it. Because in the sidebar transcripts, they talk about all the motions in limine, and that's how you know. That's how you learn it. So you learn what all the topics of the motions in limine were. And one of them was like erectile dysfunction. And there's a long list. That's just one of them. Why? Well, prejudicial, irrelevant, inadmissible, right? Amber Heard, however, still tried to delve into that. And then, of course, it would raise an objection. And the objection would be there's a motion in limine. And then they would have to excuse the jury and then argue. And then that argument would be transcribed at the sidebar. And then we got to read it. Yay. So, Yeah, I agree. I don't know how this is a whole new world. I don't know how this is going to be dealt with because, the IgG, again, it's a whole new thing. This is odd. I just have never, I don't know. And I agree. I'm just saying that the motions in limine are not to deal with. Again, it could be the exclusion of specific evidence, but this is not, it wouldn't be for constitutional. Now, here's what I will say. Because they just learned about that new lab just that week or whatever. Now, depending on, they need to get that turned over, right? And in fact, there was here, we didn't even click on another request for discovery. I bet that's what that is. So what I was going to say though, is like, I wonder if, let's see. Of course, it doesn't give us any information. The thing about that lab, like that needs to be turned over. And I wouldn't be surprised if like there could be some sort of request to extend the deadline for motion to suppress so they could file that one motion to suppress because they just got the discovery. But that's not a motion in limine. Apparently, I don't know. I mean, according to Amber Heard, I guess, so you can take that with a grain of salt. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm just saying that's not what motions in limine are for. It would be another motion to suppress. It would just be late because they just got the discovery. That's what I would think. That's funny. You guys, people are like chiming in now that's funny. And I have read all those sidebars for anyone who missed it. Literally every single one. The entire trial. I did the entire trial with the sidebars. That's hilarious. Are you actually in the Amazon? Well, I mean, I will say though, but they had just learned about it, and there's another request for discovery right now. So, I mean, of course, there's nothing specific because always, but also it says outlined in Exhibit U. So then, of course, that's also under seal because always, right? But they reference Exhibit U. I mean, this would seem like this is the thing because the discovery that they were having issues with up to this point was just the expert witnesses. But like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. That's funny. Sidebars. Drive the car to the sidebar. Let's see what's going on with Lori Vallow. Has she finally done her appeal? Nope. The number of times they've extended this briefing schedule is bananas. I mean, over and over and over and over again. It's really funny. Is it about... I mean, y'all know I don't see every single comment, right? Especially if I'm looking for certain documents. Right. No, that would make sense if it was about the IgG. Yeah. Exhibit S1. I can do the penalty phase expert. So that's Exhibit S1. I wonder if S is for sentencing. So Exhibit U. So then that would make sense if that is the IgG because that's not related to the penalty phase experts. Oh, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Yeah. Penalty phase experts. Here's what a good map looks like. Not. Yeah, cool. The enhanced version, it still sucks. Oh boy. Let's go back to the overlay. Whoa. Whoa. High tech squirreling. That's helpful, not? Guys, can you guys tell I'm like losing my mind? Anywho. Okay, well, you know what? I think we will call it a day, and I will figure out rearranging my schedule so I can get Karen Reed situated for tomorrow. And yeah. Right? I know, right? But shout out again to Twiz for the assistance with the map situation. We're not done. Y'all, I'm not dead yet. We're gonna squirrel it best we can. Tell the kids. That's fucking hilarious. Tell the kids no lessons. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Oh God. Y'all, I'm so lucky though. My students love their lessons. They love their lessons, and I'm very grateful because not all teachers have students that want to be there, and my students want to be there. And to the extent of which, the reason I started teaching virtually years ago, way before quote COVID, I started teaching virtually in 2015 because I had students that begged me because when they went on vacation, they couldn't bear the thought of not having a lesson for a week. Not even kidding. And I relented because at first I was like, this is not going to work, but they wore me down and it worked. And, but that's how my kids are, you know, they're like, we can't go without our lesson. Same thing. If it's a holiday, the kids are like, we don't care. We'll have a lesson. And sometimes the parents are like, no, it's a holiday. But like the kids are like, but, you know, it's great. I'm lucky for that. But that is freaking hilarious though. Twiz. Yeah, maybe. You never know. It is sweet. I'm very lucky. I have tonight when in between the streams, I have a kid who's you know, has certain learning disabilities, and he's really funny because at every single lesson at the very beginning, every single lesson, he's like, okay, I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. And I'm like, every single lesson, I'm like, you don't have to set a timer. And like, he gets kind of hyper focused on like a TV show or whatever. So like, he really wants to like finish the TV show, but like once we get going on the lesson, then all he wants to do is violin. So it's like every single lesson, he's like, okay, 5 minutes. I'm like, no, just stay here with me. Stay here. Let's get tuned. You know, and the time flies by within a second. And he's like, oh my God, why is the lesson over? It's just so funny. Kids are so funny. I.C.R 16, you got it. Don't have to ask me twice. Oh, it's thinking car as in car. Hold on. See on Firefox, see, I'm on Chrome right now. On Firefox, I have this like bookmarked. Is it not letting me? Why won't you let me type though? Why? Okay, I have to do it here. That's weird. Why? Oh, why? Hold on. Let's do this. Oh, wait, you're asking for Rule 16. Oh, not I.C.R, just Rule 16. Okay, I.C.R 32G is the one you're just talking about Rule 16. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Idaho criminal rule. Got it. Excellent. Okay. So not I.C.R, but I.C.R as an Idaho criminal rule. Okay. Mandatory disclosure of evidence and material by the prosecution as soon as practicable after the filing of charges against the accused. Prosecuting attorney must disclose to the defendant or defendant's counsel any material or information in the prosecuting attorney's possession or control that later comes into the prosecuting attorney's possession or control that tends to negate the guilt of the accused as to the offense charged, or that would tend to reduce the punishment for the offense. The prosecuting attorney's obligations under this paragraph extend to material and information in the possession or control of members of the prosecuting attorney staff. I can already tell you what they're going to say, by they I mean the state, is that it's not exculpatory. It tends to negate the guilt. They should still turn it over anyway, of course. But again, difference between Idaho and other states. Okay, disclosure of evidence and materials by the prosecution on written request. Except as otherwise provided in this rule, the prosecuting attorney must at any time following the filing of charges on written request by the defendant disclose the following information, evidence, and material to the defendant. Okay. This has an overlap actually with the federal rules of evidence. Now I'm like, oh yeah, I know this. Any written statement of the defendant. Okay, that's not going to be the case here. Okay. Right. Okay. The part that is relevant here is the first part. Yeah. Ci говоришь по-русски? Добрый вечер. How do you know? You know some Russian, do you? Молодец. I don't think I've seen your most recent video yet, Heather. I saw you had a thing about something with somebody's height, and I had literally no idea what you were talking about, which is not out of the ordinary, because a lot of times I'm like, I'm not up on some of this stuff, and I just don't even know. I don't know what it's referencing, so I just don't get the point. I can't appreciate sometimes, but that's not to say that you're doing excellent work. It's just that I don't know. I'm sure. Awesome. Is this the height thing video, or is this a different video? But also, Ti говоришь по-русски? We can type it actually. Hold on. There we go. It is so much harder to do this on my computer than on my phone, especially because I can do voice to text on my phone. Where is plus? I should have got a different color. Anyway, here we go. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. If it came out today, then you guys know what I was doing. LOL. Yeah, so there's a Dobry Вечер. Good evening. Good evening. If you're a vampire, you could say it like that. Good evening. Sorry. Awesome. Love it. Oh, good night. I missed this one. Good night. Dobry Вечер. That's why you said that. Yes. Хорошего вечера as well. Spokojnej noche. Spokojnej noche. I think that they probably left before I started trying to speak to them in Russian. Увидимся. So, yeah. So this Rule 16, again, it's just, we heard this. We heard this, y'all, what do we hear from Ashley Jennings, right, in the motions to suppress? Again, different issue, but same argument, right? It's not exculpatory. It's not exculpatory. It's not exculpatory. Blah, 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 which actually isn't really the standard when it comes to motion to suppress. However, it is the standard here. Maybe she was just confused. I don't know. But here, and it varies too by the state, y'all, because like in some places, it's like whether it's the state views it as exculpatory or not, it needs to be turned over, right? It's like, don't let them be the judge, let the defense be the judge. We saw that happen with Baldwin. But here, this says, right, that it's basically saying the state gets to choose if they think it's exculpatory. I mean, obviously, everyone knows you have to turn it over. It's exculpatory. The thing is it's like the problem there that I see, in my opinion, is like them deciding what's exculpatory, right? Because there could be things that depend on what the strategy is for the defense, right? And it's like, do you really want the state to be making that decision? You know, I don't know. But that's what they, I believe, would say, sadly. Good night, Rochelle. Oh, plenty of times we've had people in the chat that are like, yep, I've taken my sleeping meds and like blah, blah. And it's like, they know that they're safe here. You know, people can come as they are in whatever state and it's fine. It's too bad Brazil not left that. I'm really curious how, if they know, I mean, clearly they know some Russian, but that's awesome. And like also how. So, but y'all, I think that's probably it. I know I keep saying that and then we keep like having other little conversations, but, you know, unless y'all have any other last questions or comments, I think we've just about done squirreled it for this one. Of course, as always, we will keep up on what else pops up. But yes, I will try. I'm going to work on that schedule and get Karen Reed. I don't even have a description yet for that. Oh my God, I'm just like, so I figure everybody knows what it is, you know. But also, you know, enjoyed. It was funny because on the thumbnail I put like, is the Commonwealth flying too close to the sun? Because that's like like a nod to Judge Newman from Murdoch, you know, and you'll hear people say it that didn't even watch the trial. It's just that's how much that's become like kind of ubiquitous, which I love. But what's really funny is I added Hank Brennan to the thumbnail, and it was like a happy accident that like where I placed him once I had it done, I was like, oh my God, his head is too close to the fan. So it's like instead of flying too close to the sun, it's like he's flying too close to the fan. It's pretty funny. If you look at it, you'll see that where the head and the fan is, and it's pretty funny. And then I was like, should I change it to, is he flying too close to the fan? But then I was like, nah, no one's going to get that reference if it doesn't say sun. Anyway. I mean, one could say that incompetence is a form of corruption, right? I don't know. It's like plausible deniability, which we always talk about regularly here. I think it's a fine line. And like, even if it is corruption, you can try to rely on incompetence. So I think it can be hard to make a distinction unless there's something that's really clearly overt, you know? Nightbot is so cute. And that's the other thing. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a weirdo. Like I have never, ever kept up on anything that the victims' families say to the media. The only thing I know is like, well, what other people say, like in the chat here, I guess, kind of. But the most I would say is just from Denise, like having been there talking to them and stuff. Like, I don't pay any attention to any of that. I just don't see how I don't see the relevance. Like, I don't mean that to be mean. It's just there's not really any relevance until, the victim impact statements, which is a long ways away. Like, that's when it's relevant. Like, I don't really, and it's like, the other thing is, it's like, to me, it's like, if you want a biased source, that's where to go. Like, maybe even more biased than Nancy Grace for any trial, for any case, right? The victims' families, I mean, and understandably so. So like, if you want accurate information, it's not where I would go. So I guess that's why I just don't even pay it any, I don't even know where you guys see it. I just don't, it's not in my realm of experience, that habeas corpus, that happens after you've exhausted all of your appeals. So long ways. So after sentencing, so you're found guilty, and then you are sentenced, and then you have filed all of your different types of appeals, and you've exhausted all of your options. So we're talking like decades down the road if you're convicted. And that's when it's your last resort. I'm sure you did. Denise is the shit. We love Denise. And I'm pretty sure, the only thing I'm not sure, I think writs of habeas, I'm pretty sure they're only for capital sentences. Let me look it up. Oh my God, it's typing in Russian. I forgot to switch it back over to English. That is freaking hilarious. That is really funny. That's really funny. Oh my God. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, I'm getting it. Y'all, I'm tired. I got it completely confused with something else. Hold on. Oh my God. No, maybe not. Hold on. No, it can mean, hold on. What am I, did I get it? I'm my brain, y'all doing those maps. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. So I may, like, this is why. Huh. So I don't know quite, so I'm not quite sure what you're referencing here with that question, because PFOX. Like, now that I'm reading this, now I'm remembering the context for, I don't know, I got it confused with something else. My brain is just really fried today after those maps, I'm telling you guys. But so where I've heard this used too, because it means that you have the body. Where I've heard this used too is in terms of cases where there's like a missing person, like, okay, where they haven't found the body, right? I've heard it used there in terms of like, that standard of like, you have to show the body to prove that it's a homicide. Of course, that's a whole thing where that just is dependent on so many things where they can, after a certain period of time and in different circumstances, right, they can go ahead and declare the person's dead. That's one time. Yeah, I don't know. I got it confused with something else. Now I'm like, what the fuck did I get it confused with? Let me see. They had one recently, actually, in Idaho, of what I'm thinking of, but I don't know that that's on the docket anymore. Let me see here. No, it's not on the docket anymore. I'll think of it when I'm not trying to think of it. Anyway, brain. So yeah, habeas petition proceeds as a civil action against the state, usually warden. So I could see this have been being applicable too with like Richard Allen, maybe when he was, when he was for his trial, like when he was being held at, the maximum security penitentiary, in federal custody, and all the issues there pertaining to the oh my god, I'm so tired. Pertaining to the oh my god, somebody help me out with the hearing for his mental status. Wow, I can't believe I'm blanking on this, y'all. You guys know how good my memory is. That's how like fried my brain is from making those stupid ass maps. That's really funny. So you were thinking to prove perjury had to do with this habeas? Right. And that, again, that's why I was saying it can be used if you're a defendant, it can be used if like they say you've committed a homicide and they don't have a body. Yeah, and Denise seemed to be surprised when she was talking with them. She seemed to be pretty surprised as to their, it seemed like it changed kind of a lot of her thoughts, that they weren't like they seemed on TV and stuff, and of course, as you guys heard in her interview, if you want to call it that, when she was here chatting, like that, again, things like I was saying, it goes without saying that if you're a victim's family, you're going to probably be pro-prosecution, you're going to be looking for answers, you're going to do all these things that it just, again, goes without saying, which is exactly why I was saying to me, they're not the most reliable source. That's like an understatement. But that they didn't seem in some of the ways in terms of their personality, right? Like, well, you guys heard, she said they were much different. And again, it's just, that's the thing, right? The media is going to portray people a certain way and what have you. But when there weren't any cameras and when it was just her hanging out with them, it seems like she got a pretty different read on them. Yeah, I mean, okay. So, I mean, as it pertains to something like bail, that would have been done early on. Yeah, again, like it can be used to examine the extradition process, the amount of bail, the jurisdiction. Another example would be like, if they think they have the wrong person. A lot of the stuff, of course, is really archaic, right? Like back in the day when there's like 550 million people named John Smith or whatever, and like who knows, it's, you know what I mean? Like that's why the whole thing with extradition even is like, part of it is like, back in the day, it was in the event that they actually have the wrong person because they looked for the name, and it's so yeah, it seems kind of like Oh, and that's really funny. Remember, I was trying to think of what where I was referencing Richard Allen, and here I didn't even read this part, but they gave an example of an institutionalized mental patient. Right. Yep. That's why I was thinking of that whole thing with his placement in whatchamacallit. Without being given the proper, again, I'm blanking on the names, y'all, my brain. Again, as soon as I finish this live stream, I'm going to remember all these things that I'm forgetting. I'm going to be like, oh my God, I'm probably dehydrated. Maybe I should drink some water. That's the other thing. It's like whenever I'm reading a whole lot and we're not watching videos, I always forget to drink water when I'm live streaming because I'm talking. And, you know, it's like, what do I do all day? I talk, whether I'm live streaming or teaching, like I'm talking. Except for when I had laryngitis. That was insane. Okay. Right. Well, I mean, Jesus, most of these trials we see are people killing their family members, mothers killing their children, husbands and what? I mean, it's like the most common thing is like family members killing each other, I feel like, in a lot of these trials. Competency. Okay. I mean, basically, you know, here, let's look. Remember when I said ancient? I wasn't joking. The habeas corpus first originated back in 1215. I love this. I'm already excited. Through the 39th clause of the Magna Carta. Yes, yes. Oh my God, I'm rejuvenated. Signed by King John, which provided no man shall be arrested or imprisoned except by the lawful judgment of his peers and by the law of the land. English courts began actively considering petitions for habeas corpus in 1600. While habeas corpus had initially originated as an instrument in the opposition to the king's divine right to incarcerate people, y'all, divine right to incarcerate people. There were many other constables and other authorities during those times who imprisoned people for various reasons. Accordingly, habeas corpus also developed as the king's role to demand account for his subject who is restrained of his liberty by other authorities. Deeply rooted in the Anglo-American jurisprudence, the law of habeas corpus was adopted in the U.S. as well. James Madison, in 1789, argued for the adoption of the Bill of Rights, including habeas corpus. The fourth Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, Chief Justice Marshall, emphasized the importance of habeas corpus, writing in his decision in 1830 that the great object of the writ of habeas corpus is the liberation of those who may be imprisoned without sufficient cause. Probable cause. The U.S. Supreme Court has recognized that the writ of habeas corpus is the fundamental instrument for safeguarding individual freedom against arbitrary and lawless state action and must be administered with the initiative and flexibility essential to ensure that miscarriages of justice within its reach are serviced and corrected. In the U.S. today, although the Constitution does not specifically create the right to habeas corpus relief, federal statutes provide federal courts with the authority to grant habeas corpus relief to state prisoners. Only Congress has the power to suspend the writ of habeas corpus, either by its own affirmative actions or through an express delegation to the executive. The executive does not have the independent authority to suspend the writ. In the first Judiciary Act of 1789, Congress explicitly authorized the federal courts to grant habeas relief to federal prisoners. Congress expanded the writ following the Civil War, allowing for habeas relief to state prisoners if they were held in custody in violation of federal law. Federal courts granted habeas relief to state prisoners by finding that the state court lacked proper jurisdiction. And we saw that up top. It said jurisdiction was one of the problems there. Post-World War II reforms further expanded the writ. Through the incorporation process by which the Bill of Rights was applied to states, habeas corpus became a tool by which criminal defendants sought to uphold their civil rights against illegal state action. And then we had this act. Further acts here. Federal statutes 28 U.S.C. outlining the procedural aspects of federal habeas proceedings. There are two prerequisites for habeas review. All right, here we go. Petitioner must be in custody when the petition is filed, and a petitioner who is held in state government custody must have exhausted all. There we go. So maybe I wasn't. There we go. Okay, just kidding. It was the thing I was thinking of. Just had to delve way deep into the annals of the history here. Let me read that again. There are 2 prerequisites for habeas review. I feel better now. I feel better. The petitioner must be in custody when the petition is filed, and a prisoner who is held in state government custody must have exhausted all state remedies, including state appellate review. There we go. So go back to my previous answer. At the very end, exhausted all appellate. Yes. Go back to that, what I was saying. And then I was like second guessing myself. Nope. That was all accurate. Okay. There you go. There you go. So they have to exhaust. So again, decades after a conviction, pretty much, right? Any federal court may grant a writ of habeas corpus to a petitioner who is within its jurisdiction. The habeas petition must be in writing and signed and verified either by the petitioner seeking relief or by someone acting on his or her behalf. Again, where I had seen this, I second guessed myself because I'm so tired. My brain is so tired. But what I was thinking was like where you see this is like people that are about to be executed on death row, and this is like the last thing they do. The petition must name the custodian as the respondent and state the facts concerning the applicant's custody and include the legal basis for the request. Federal courts are not required to hear the petition if a previous petition presented the same issues and no new grounds were brought up. Finally, a federal judge may dismiss the petition for the writ of habeas corpus if it is clear from the face of the petition that there are no possible grounds for relief. Yeah. And again, I even went over to look. There was an Idaho case that had a writ of habeas corpus, and I was like, oh, but it's not on the docket anymore because I think the dude was executed since the last time I saw that. So there we go. Today, habeas corpus is mainly used as post-conviction remedy for state or federal prisoners who challenge the legality or application of federal laws that were used in the judicial proceedings that resulted in their petition. There you go. Post-conviction remedy. Yep. So decades away for most people. Oh, yeah. It's not, yeah, you have to be convicted, sentenced, and have exhausted all of your appeals. And this is the last, this is Plan Z. Plan Z, my friend. Yep. 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 There you go. And here's the capital sentences. Yep. 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 Right. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I mean, again, going back to like the initial inception of it, again, it's like to challenge like, hey, I'm not the right person. Like when you first get detained, right? But like we're way past that, right? So like, and it doesn't seem like that's really how it's used anymore. But like that was like the initial inception. But again, that makes more sense when you go back to the history, which started in the good year of our Lord at 1215, right? Things have changed since then. And now it's used as post-conviction relief as a last resort, which is what I thought. And then I was like second guessing myself because of tired brain. So yes. But I love it when you guys ask questions because that's how we all learn, y'all. That's how we learn. Asking questions is awesome. Right, it's ripe. I know. I freaking hate that term. I'm like, ugh, gross. But having said that, it almost seems like are we saying ripe because there's fruit of the poisonous tree? Like, is this like a subconscious thing where we're using the word ripe for a reason here? You know what I mean? Is the fruit ripe? Is it poisonous and ripe fruit? Right. That's true. I was just making a joke. When was that? I don't even fucking remember. That was a long while ago, wasn't it? A year ago. Yeah. That counts. That's a long time ago. Oh my God. Well, it's warmed up here. Has it warmed up where y'all are at for those of you guys who were getting a cold spell, as it were? I think Frodo can even go without his hoodie at this point. Right. Sweet. 55 degrees near Kentucky. Sweet. It's 48 degrees here right now, it says. There was some crazy news I need to catch up on as well regarding Donna Adelson for those of you guys. It sounds like, well, I'm not entirely caught up. I just saw a little snippet. It sounds like Donna, Heather, you're going to not be surprised here, is now attempting to like throw Charlie under the bus because she's approaching her trial. Yeah. Oh, it got colder. Remind me where you're at. I don't actually, maybe you haven't said. I'm trying to remember. I don't know that you've said, but you don't have to, of course. But yeah, and guess what? And guess what it has to do with? It's like a blackmail / extortion thing. Of course. But like a different one. It's like she's trying to say there's some sort of jailhouse snitch or whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into it. It's gonna be incredible. It's going to be on par with what we would expect, right? Which is just insanity and just, yeah. Off the chain, Tonka joining us from Alaska. Do love seeing Off the Chain. Been a long time since I've heard that. Right? I know. You know how they get little jobs and stuff? Like she could be the person that does the laundry at the prison. Oh my God. Now, I've always heard that's like the most sought after job. Like you have to like bribe your way to get to that. So I don't know. Portland. Okay. Actually, I don't think I knew that because I would remember that. Portland. Sweet. Love that. Also, that's where Kitsmits is. Which I don't know that you guys have overlapped, but Kitsmits is a longtime squirrel friend, and she's also teaches private piano lessons, and she's awesome. She's very smart. She's also in Portland. Which also is somewhat near where Glenn, our infamous troll, is from. Like, what was it? Kitsmith said it was like she knew where it was, but it was far enough away to where she wasn't worried. Freaking hilarious, dude. Freaking hilarious. Well, that was a whole thing. So, we haven't done this one in a day or two. I hope you guys like the font. I spent an embarrassing amount of time picking out the right font for this. I'm just going to say that right now. Heather representing Glenn. Nightbot and Heather representing Glenn. Yeah, for sure. right? At the end of the day, it's just a reach for me. I mean, you know, at least she's got like, I thought the hat was pretty on point. You know, I should have given her, I should have done a cauldron as well. I should have done a cauldron with like green smoke coming out. I should add that. Who knew what now? Who knew what? I think I missed, I think that thing happened, swear to God, StreamYard, where it's like, oh, you're quoting, okay, gotcha. Oh, you're quoting Jennings again. Right. Right. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yes. Are you asking if I have a parakeet? I'm surprised you have a parakeet. It's almost 15. That's a long time for a parakeet to live. But yeah, budgie. Yeah. I've had parakeets years and years and years ago. So 36 degrees in Northwest Indiana. Okay. If Top Cat was here, she would win for the heat because it's probably still like in the triple digits in Australia. Oh, great point here from Heather, right? It's freaking hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I've always wanted an African gray. Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that like with the budgies, right? If that's what you're referencing, you have to train. I feel like what I've seen with African grays is like you can train them, but like they'll just like pick stuff up. I will say my parents have had numerous birds, and they had a Quaker parrot who learned all kinds of stuff, and he was never taught. He just chose to. He could mimic, we had 3 different dogs. He could mimic each of them exactly with their different barks, and he could talk to them that way. He also could mimic everybody's certain cell phone rings to and alarms. Like he had a whole catalog. And whenever he wanted attention, he would go through his whole catalog, and it would take like 2 hours. And he would go through every cell phone and every alarm and every dog barking and every car that drove down the road. I mean, it was freaking hilarious. And he had a couple of phrases, but like it was impressive enough with like the sounds. It was like, and they were always exactly in the right key at the right tempo. Like you would not know that it wasn't the thing that it was. Like you could not tell it was a bird. It was really, really, really crazy. Oh, that's neat. Yeah. Yeah, they're smart. You know, crows are supposed to be like one of the smartest birds. What was it? They're the first to use tools, I think it was. Like use tools like in the way that humans use tools. Pretty nuts. But anyway, guys, I'm going to go for real. And I still got to get caught up on timestamps. But y'all, I will see you guys soon. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for being here as always and for hanging out, asking good questions, going on squirrely field trips and all the rest. And I will see you guys tomorrow.